welcome you to the Research Conference on Transforming Business and Management for Sustainable Development, TBMSD 2024, a part of 4th International Convention on Green Environment Technology and Entrepreneurship through Innovation, ICGETEI 2024. Day 2, Technical Session 2. We are gathered here today to delve into the crucial topic, the transformation of business and management for sustainable development. In an era where aligning business practices with environment and a societal goal is imperative, this conference will explore how innovative strategies and sustainable practices can forge a greener, more sustainable future. I welcome our Honorable VC Sir, Professor Dr. Amit Jain Sir. Professor Dr. Amit Jain is currently President, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Rajasthan. Prior to this, Sir has served university as Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dean Faculty of Management, and Director, Amity Business School. Sir has been a visiting professor with University of Technology, Sydney, Australia, Ziceni Istava University, Hungary, and Sale Arnos University, Slovakia. Sir holds a PhD from Sardar Patel University and is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad. Sure, sir. I welcome you, sir, to the technical session 2. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Anchit Gungnani to give a brief introduction of our guest of the day, Dr. Sushil K. Sharma. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Nandini. Good morning, sir. Good morning, VC sir. Good morning, Session Chair Dr. Sushil K. Sharma. Allow me a minute to have a brief introduction about him. Dr. Sushil K. Sharma, Dean, College of Business, Engineering and Technology, Texas A&M University, USA. Dr. Sushil Sharma is an Associate Provost and a tenured Professor of MIS at Texas A&M University. In his role, Dr. Sharma has the unique distinction of earning 2 doctorate degrees. Dr. Sharma is responsible for overseeing and leading the Office of Research and Sponsored Projects, the Office of Graduate Studies, the Office of International Studies, the Office of Institutional Effectiveness and Research, Extended Education and Community Development, Honors Program and Library. Before joining Texas A&M, Dr. Sharma was tenured faculty member and served as the Associate Dean of AACSB accredited Miller College of Business at Ball State University in Indiana. Before his associate deanship, Dr. Sharma has been executive director for MBA and other certificate programs and department chair for information system and operational management at Ball State University. Besides being chair of quantitative systems group, chair of IT systems group, placement chair, chair of Students Affairs and Alumni at world-class premier top-tier research R1 Institute, the IIM India. Dr. Sharma has a unique international academic and professional background, having taught as full-time of visiting faculty in premier institutions of international acclaim and repute at IIM India, University of Waterloo, Canada, and Turku School of Economics and Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. Dr. Sharma has directed executive development programs and consulted with companies, organizations in the USA and India. The research work on cyber slacking, COVID-19, and other MIS-related topics has been widely covered and cited by several media and news channels. Dr. Sharma has been honored multiple times in India's Who's Who in Education. He is a graduate of prestigious Management and Leadership and Education MLE. Sir, I welcome you to be the session chair. I'm sure under your expertise, the event will be very successful. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be part of this event, and I'm grateful to Dr. Amit Jain, Vice Chancellor, and the team, organizers, and all of you to making me part of this event. Over the last 30, 40 years, I've been in academia. And the one thing which I enjoy the most is always be in such events and an opportunity to interact with students. So I'm hoping today with some of the thoughts which I have in the era of emerging technologies, sustainable technologies, and its impact on our life, I will have an opportunity to interact with all of you. You may see little my battery down because it's battery means my body is battery down because it's midnight. I think right now we have 11:45. So if you find little incoherency in my presentation, let me know. Wake me up. Take this opportunity to wake me up. All right, so let me run a couple of slides if I am allowed to, if I am unable to share screen, which is, so let me run some of the slides. So as you know that you have a whole big plan in the conference. So I wouldn't take much time. I think I was told that there is a 45 minutes. But I like to limit it to half an hour and give 10 to 15 minutes time for question Q&A session. Let me tell everybody that for every good question, there will be a $5 prize. So I'm doling out some prizes. Take this opportunity to grab it. You must have heard of this terminology called digital disruptions. Whenever you talk about digital disruptions, which basically means something new happened, which changed everything. And many of our emerging technological trends are in the same direction. So I will talk a little bit of digital disruption, emerging technology trends, and its impact on environment, society, and the economy. And then I'll take a few examples. Is my audio clear? Can I get a quick feedback? Is my audio working fine? Perfect. And as I said, I'll spend a little more time on Q&A. So digital disruptions, as I mentioned, it describes the change that happens with the new technologies. It may change services, it may change business models, it may change services, everything. And these few examples which I am showing, WhatsApp is one good example, or LinkedIn is another good example, Facebook is another good example. Ask those people before 90s, none of these companies ever existed. And how this has changed their lives, how it has changed the business practices you are all experiencing every day. So there are four things that whenever you hear these emerging technology disruptions, there are four elements to it. Technology is one. Somebody is working on the new invention, design, development. So this is the technologist. If you are one of those, you are thinking about inventing something, some new product, some new design, some new algorithm. As soon as the invention takes place, then that invention needs to be converted into a business. Now that product is available, how do we commercialize it? How do we make this a business? And then business models evolve around how you market it, how you sell it. And then ultimately it requires, any new technology also requires compatibility or working with a lot of other pre-existing technologies. And that's where you have to talk about the standards. You have to comply with certain standards. You may have to develop new standards. And finally, any new technology will have its impact on society, the culture, the mindset, the habits. I remember when I joined academia, we still had landlines as phone lines. And after 8 or 9, nobody would call me, or I won't call anybody to disturb as late as after 9. But today, my own family members, my daughters, they call or they interact with their friends or professionals midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., as if the clock is 24/7 for interaction, for communication. So the society culture changes every few years. These emerging technologies will have impact. I categorize it into 4 of these components: your personal life, your professional life, your family, and the community. So if you go through these slides, every possible technology is mentioned here, which is impacting these 4 different components of our life: how we communicate, how we collaborate, how we live. And that has become so. At the end of the day, I just carry this one, what we call smartphone. All of you have the same. Now, this is everything. This is the life. This acts as a computer. This acts as a communicator vehicle. This acts as a presentation, the kind of presentation we are doing here. Everything is impacted through these technologies. Just a quick evolution. When I started my engineering degree in early 70s, we had those so-called big computers, mainframe computers, the size of the room. In fact, throughout my engineering degree, we never got a chance to touch that computer. We would just punch the cards and give it to the operator. And today, in 2020, you have just this smartphone. Believe it or not, the power of this smartphone is more than what it used to be at that time. Punching cards power, right? So this is where we have come from: mainframe computers as the size of the big room to a small, and now soon even the size of your smartphone will further condense down, and you would call them as called micro size robos, because you can do anything with the help of robos. The next extension to this phone is that AI and some robots and cobots will be embedded into this phone, and there'll be a huge number of the tasks which you would not do yourself, but your phone or your robot will do it for you. You must be hearing these terminologies. We are heading towards Society 5.0, which basically means we started as a agrarian society, and then we went to the Industrial Revolution, and then we had a information revolution, and then we have a Industry 4.0, and from Industry 4.0, we are heading towards Industry 5.0. The key features of Industry 4.0 up to Industry 3.0, everyone knows that we went from a mechanical engineering-based products, machinery, to electronic-based industry. And then internet took over, and finally we have a Industry 4.0, where not only you can use these devices to communicate, but devices can communicate among themselves. Being a proponent of industry, proponent of technology, I experiment many of these features in my home for my own understanding, for my own knowledge, and then also communicate it with the students, with the other professionals. So when I come to home from my phone, I just open my garage, right? As soon as I come in, I just tell my Alexa or OK Google, say, set the temperature at 70 or play the music for me. So everything is done by these so-called Internet of Things based devices, IoT. So IoT working with the Internet, where it can communicate not only between human and devices or human to human, but devices to devices. And that's where Industry 4.0 is taking. And now the researchers have come out with the next stage, which started as a commercial product in Japan, called Society 5.0, which is called Super Intelligent Society, where a lot of human tasks of day-to-day work, including the chores, would be taken care by these machines. Just to introduce you a few of these terminologies, IoT is helping supply chain management. So wherever the product is manufactured, starting from the distribution center to the tier 1 supplier, to the tier 2 suppliers, to the retail houses, or to the customers, the entire chain is digitized, and you can find out the real-time information about the products or about the transportation to make a commitment to the customer. Again, this is a huge breakthrough, which has changed the life, the business life or the daily life of the customers, as well as you have heard of this cloud computing. I remember when up to 90s, the organizations, we used to talk about owning some of the big software like SAP, ERP software, or any other proprietary software. And we used to take that as a differentiator. Oh, I have that latest software. And then this concept came of cloud computing, that these companies don't need to own it, but they can just take the service. And it is somewhere in the cloud. So cloud computing became the big name. Everybody knows about it. But now we are talking about edge computing. So from cloud, we have gone to fog, then edge, and finally we are talking about dew computing. So this is how now the entire infrastructure is building up. So I wanted to give you a visual snapshot of how cloud computing is going to fog, edge, and dew on the technology side. Internet of Things, now all these devices are communicating with each other. And one of the good example is that when you think of a smart cities or smart homes, and I'll share with you one of few features of my smart home which I have, that now these, because of IoT and AI, you are making this terminology called smart, which means a lot of things are passed on to the machine to help you to complete those tasks. In smart cities, when the bus starts in one station, you can see it on your app on your phone. Visually or audio-wise, you can know exactly what time it will be on your bus stop, right? And not only that, you can see even how many seats are empty in that. So even the available seats you can find out on that. Smart home. So in my smart home, when I lived in Indiana 5 years back, I had some of my tech friends, with the help of them, I had made. So I used to have this like RFID tag in my hand. So RFID tag is nothing but my ID. As soon as I walk in the home, it will identify me and immediately start playing the music which I like, showing the painting on all the walls which I like. At the same time, when my daughters walk in, it will just change the music. It'll just change the lighting. It'll just change the painting. All such projects are now becoming common. So you have, everything transformed to these digital assistants to do it for you. You don't have to even the lighting and other, whether you use your voice for Alexa or Siri or any of those virtual assistants, you can experience it, smart home or what we call intelligent building. So people are trying to build these all basic cables, connectors, sensors for high-speed internet, and then give you all that what I mentioned in terms of the smart. So smart cities, there are so many examples in India, outside India. I don't have to explain. I'm trying to just take you to the horizon of newer emerging technologies. And many of these later on I'll talk about how they can be sustainable technologies. Robots and cobots, so certain things are completely, so my wife tells me that the two people who they like at home is a Roomba, which does the cleaning 2 times in a home or 3 times, and Alexa, because she talks in the morning saying, Alexa, play bhajan. Alexa, do this music. Alexa, you do this. So she's alone at home since only 2 of us live now here. She keeps communicating with Alexa, and Alexa keeps performing the task for her. So you can see now this has become part of the common life. You don't need any manual help from anybody. Self-driving cars. So far, Tesla has not gone to level 5 autonomous cars, but soon you would have this, where you just go and relax in the car, and rest all is taken care by all these autonomous. You already may have experienced or have some lab called augmented reality, virtual reality, or mixed reality. You can put these headset phone to experience or headsets to experience the virtual. I was to travel to Finland, where I spent a year for my job. But before going there, I took a virtual trip. And so I already familiarized myself where I'm going to stay, where is the bus stop. So the entire city had a virtual tour available on 3D. So not only I familiarized, but I decided these are the points I'll be visiting first day, second day, because I'm going to a new city. And now in augmented reality, I started posting even on the real information, the real-time video, some of those my comments for others to use it. So those are the kind of tools available to you. And embedded AI in this is changing the world altogether. Many of the surgeons don't need nowadays to be trained physically. They can be trained using VR, AR, MR, and have the same feeling so that there are less of any mishaps and the human life would be saved with a high percentage. ChatGPT, all of you must be using. And it has become a challenge to many of us, for students, also for the faculty. Quantum computing is also becoming now a mainstream. So the power of computer, where I mentioned about this, the robos, the mini size, where the power would be now 10 times or 100 times more than what we experience in today's devices. So some of these slides I have shared, and I'm sure the organizer can share with you. Some of this was purely for information so that you know what's going on in the world. But I will spend a little more time, only the one where I want to share my message. So terabyte internet speeds are coming in your 6G, right? And you can go for 1 terabyte per second. Then there's a new concept coming, Wi-Fi to Li-Fi. So some of you, while you were setting up the infrastructure, you're saying internet signal nahi aa raha, or something is missing. Because there are few hotspots in any campus or in any building where the signals are stronger than other spots. Now they are saying, why not we use the light object itself as the hotspot? So since in any room you have multiple light points, you can use those for internet. And so Li-Fi is coming very common. It's already commercial products are available. I mentioned about life-like virtual assistants and robos, kobos. Once I was in Seoul airport in Korea, and while I was trying to go to the gate, I transferred myself from flight coming from India, and I was trying to go to the gate where American Airlines was. And somebody tapped on my shoulder. And I looked back. First, I got scared because this was not a human being. This was this robo. And the robo is asking me, just like any human being, how are you doing? Where is your next flight? Which gate are you looking for? And and then he started conversing with me. Okay, let me take you to the gate. Those are the technologies now available to you. 3D printing already, many of you must have experienced, but now we are going for 3D printed human organs. Whenever we get into some health issues, there are certain parts, if they need to be replaced, first we need to find out whether there is a match, whether we can get it from friends, relatives, families. And now they are talking about to clone it and create these 3D printed human organs for better life. Artificial brain implants. I have a friend who is doing a prototype for this. What it means, if you use Google during your exam, any exam, right? If you are allowed to use smartphone and there you use Google, then you can get all answers through Dr. Google. So in future, you will have many of those Dr. Google embedded into your brain, and you are expert of that. So if you want to be accountant, have a chip of accountant. If you want to be a doctor, have another chip of doctor. And again, prototypes are already available. On the other side, you are experiencing these hypersonic planes and aircrafts. This will change again, even the traveling time. Then you have this carbon nano material, which you can use whether in clothing or vest and others. You have a zeta scale supercomputer, brain computer interface. So during prototype, these are the kind of thing which people are experimenting, researchers are experimenting. So you can have a humanoids or digital humans. And I know all of you know, Sophia was the first digital humans. And even on YouTube, you can experience Sophia, how Sophia acts like a real human, although it is a digital human. So this part of my presentation was just to throw some terminology and give you a quick idea. Now we are talking about Sustainable Development Goals. Everyone knows there are 17 of these. They are basically for 5 Ps. They are for people, planet, partnership, peace, and prosperity. And each of them can be converted into what kind of these 7, the different components of sustainability that they may address to. So they may address to on food, the water, air, everything you want to be pure and not to be polluted and not to be carbonized. So for that, you can say the 17 goals focused in 6 different components. Someone on few first or second, and for fourth, they are for life, then social development, for resources, for natural environment. So nowadays, many times when the features, the seminars like this you have, we talk at a macro level. Sustainability or sustainable environment, climate change. But when you, as a researcher, wants to get into, you have to get into the micro component. So are you going to be sustainability component? Are you going to talk about what impact it has on life? And that's how some of these sustainable development goals are categorized. it has created for the business student a concept of called circular economy. Again, basically circular economy means that all the products, materials, all they are kept in circulation throughout processes so that you can maintain it, reuse it, refurbish it, remanufacture it so that it does not create a negative impact on the environment. These are the technologies which are coming for this slide is mainly to give you an idea how it creates that carbon cycle. Similar slide. And how now cloud computing is helping. So there is always a question. Some people think that if everything goes online with all these machines and technology, it may completely go for decarbonization. No, it itself creates further carbonization. So technologies, they may do less, but now you need something more to manage it. And that's where we are talking about some alternative energy resources. We are talking about rainwater harvesting, blockchain technology that we use nowadays for automatic banking or for bitcoins or cryptocurrencies or any of those manual ledger-based processes to automate them. This itself is one sustainable technology solution for the future. However, when you run this over the network and over the servers worldwide, you create still emissions, and those emission needs to be also managed. So some of these slides are how the remote sensing is used with AI, how carbon footprint measurement is done, so you know exactly how much carbon is created by any company or any organization, right? So their measurements, some direct emissions, some indirect emissions. And then we are talking about the smart grid to make it 24/7, to make electricity available on 24/7. We are talking about creating these smart grids. These are again just picturization through which you can understand what happens, right? How to even absorb these CO2, and there are some sustainable water management techniques. There are even sea creatures that could be used to capture the carbon within the sea. Homes, I mentioned how the entire home you can use alternative energy source to have a net zero home. Then we are talking about sustainable aviation fuel, which are non-petroleum based, and that itself reduces the CO2 70%. You must have heard of electronic health record or healthcare Internet of Things. So sitting at home, when I walk or whatever I do at home, all those things gets recorded in my app. So not only I monitor it, but now it automatically transfers this information to the cloud, to my physician end. Physician analyzes, puts its report, automatically goes to the insurance companies for making the payment of whatever the diagnose or whatever the physician service they did. Everything is happening. So you are managing your body, you are managing your life, and all this is happening with the help of internet. You are creating, as I mentioned, digital twins. Now I have a fabric. Next time, if I get an opportunity, I'll share with you. It's called digital fabric, which is like a t-shirt like this, but it is all digitized. So whatever I do, everything gets recorded through this fabric, not only about health parameter, but even the environment parameters, which helps again the climate change. So some of these are the kind of new technologies I thought I'll share with you. So knowingly that, as I mentioned in the beginning, that I would like to use more time for interaction. So I'll stop after this slide. Green hydrogen is a new concept. I am involved in one of the projects in US right now. There is only one university which is involved in this project. And hopefully in future, our students will get exposure. So we will create this, we'll split this from a water, hydrogen, and oxygen. And through that, using hydrogen fuel cells or hydrogen energy, for various things, for every possible thing that you can. All our picturization, how these technologies help the sustainability. This slide will give you a feel of all those 3P or 5Ps of sustainable goals. So during this time, I thought, let me throw some ideas. Each of these slides could be further explained for a few hours. You want to get into the details, but I thought, let me take this opportunity to have few questions before we end the session. Thank you very much for making me part of this event, and I wish you the best for the next 2 or 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time and giving us such an insightful address. May I request VC, sir? Anyone is having any questions? May please raise your hand.
Which means I didn't do a good job. No questions.
No, sir, there must be. Anyone? May I request VC, sir, to please adjust the gathering?
First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Shushil. It was a very comprehensive, very elaborate, and a wonderful presentation. In fact, it very much aligned with the theme of this particular conference that we are doing. Very happy to share that this is the 4th edition of this conference. And Amity University, Rajasthan, in itself is a very clean, green, and sustainable campus. You must have seen some photographs and will be very happy whenever you are in country to visit the campus. A lot of sustainability practices that we have adopted, and in fact, we have participated in the Times Higher Education Impact rankings also, where globally we have ranked among the top 200, 300 in several categories. So we have a water recycling plant. We have an artificial lake made for that purpose so that we can do the rainwater harvesting and utilize the. So it's a we are a zero discharge campus in that sense that the entire water is properly used. We have solar farm. We have our solid liquid e-waste practices. So that all we are doing. But very interesting was the insights that you have given during your presentation. In fact, sustainability you definitely talked about, but in the initial part when you were talking about the new age technologies, I believe every slide is a potential $1 million idea for a business, and I believe my students will agree to that. Do you think so? Can we develop businesses on these many ideas and thoughts and the new technologies that Professor Sushil talked about? Right, a very simple thing that he shared about his experience at the Seoul airport, where there are robo guides available. Jaipur is a tourism city. Now just imagine that you go to Amir Fort and now you have, people already started with those two-wheeler, rides. What do you call that?
Scooters?
Scooters, typically, right? But how about these scooters then are enabled with AI based
AI?
also? So, each and every slide, each and every point, there is a potential where we can convert that into a business idea and we can experiment with that. And, what his address conveys to us is that this is an era of convergence. So, unless until my business management students will collaborate with the computer sciences students or data sciences students or AI students, you will not be able to create something new. So this innovation will happen out of the convergence, out of the collaboration, out of the network that you will develop. And one of the advantage of being at a multidisciplinary university is that you get to interact with several departments in several domains. So thank you so much, Dr. Sushil. I know it is already midnight, or probably the new day has started for you there in US, but taking time out from your busy schedule, that too at a really odd hour. The session was really wonderful. The reason probably my students are not able to ask questions, they are simply mesmerized by the food for thought that you have given to them. Because even I started thinking, I'm very happy to share some of our scholars are working in the area of sustainability also. Example, one of the scholar is working on collaborative consumption of apparels. Now that is again something which is sustainable, because I could see the fabric that you were talking about, so the a smart fabric which has all the elements. We have already seen the transition of mobile phones to smart gadgets or wearables, right? So that was the ultimate thing. I've heard about smart rings and smart watches, but smart fabric, that was a wonderful idea. And that's where our students can collaborate with the fashion department and create such kind of wearables. We have seen some students creating certain bags and laptops now, laptop bags and other handheld bags where there are capabilities for charging the phone and all those things. But taking one level higher by inclusion of AI and by inclusion of IoT tools in that, I think that will be excellent. So definitely, I mean it when I say that we are full of thoughts, and we are all thinking that how we will actually materialize the great insights that you have given in last 45 minutes or so. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you so much. We can have a huge round of applause for Dr. Sushil.
My best wishes to everyone.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, VC sir. Now, moving ahead, I would like to introduce the session chair who will guide us through the forthcoming presentation.
In a way, it's like we are forcing you to come and sit here. But try to understand these are people who have दूसरी चीज क्या कही मैंने? आई थिंक आई एम ऑडिबल लास्ट तक? ठीक है, दूसरी चीज मैंने कही मुंह में शक्कर, एंड द रीजन इज दैट, मीठा बोलो, सब बिजनेस स्कूल वाले स्टूडेंट हैं राइट? हम लोग बोलने की खाते हैं, बिजनेस पीपल, हाउ वी अर्न आवर ब्रेड एंड बटर बाय स्पीकिंग, talking to clients, talking to experts, right? Talking to customers, talking to boss, talking to supervisor, talking to subordinates. It's all about that. And if you have that muh mein shakkar, you will be able to maintain good relationships, right? Personal skills, interpersonal skills, and group skills. That's what we try to teach you in management, right? That's the second part. Third, dil mein kranti. Why? Dream big, achieve big. Have high ambitions, try to revolutionize the world. Why this conference? We are trying to solve some of the biggest problems of the world. Why? Because this entire conference is structured around sustainable development goals. ठीक है, कई बार स्टूडेंट्स पूछते हैं, yesterday anyone attended the inaugural, right? The chairman of AICT announced that I'm giving you a boot camp. So students from the entire country, close to 400, will be coming to learn entrepreneurship from us, right? 22nd to 28th of September. Why they are coming here? So students often want to have business ideas. सर करना तो है पर क्या करें नहीं समझ में आता. बिजनेस कहां से शुरू होता है? बिजनेस शुरू होता है प्रॉब्लम्स से. Because if you create a product or service that solves a problem of someone, you are there. क्यों टेलीमेडिसिन शुरू हुआ? प्रोफेसर सुशील was talking about it. It's a pain to take time from a doctor. For me, if I stay at the campus, traveling 1.5 hours, reaching there, waiting for 2 hours, तो 6 घंटा का टाइम चाहिए मुझे एक डॉक्टर को कंसल्ट करने में. Why? Better to have a telemedicine consultation. As simple as that. I'll be happy, and it will happen at half the cost, right? And doctor will also be happy because he'll also be able to interact very quickly, right? So this is how ideas कहां से आएंगे? 17 SDGs को स्टडी कर लो, इतनी प्रॉब्लम्स मिल जाएंगी जिसपे आप कम से कम 100 बिजनेस मॉडल्स खड़े कर सकते. सोच के देखना. जस्ट 17 SDGs, राइट? तो वो दिल में क्रांति लाने की इच्छा चाहिए, रिवोल्यूशनाइज करने की इच्छा चाहिए. अगर वो इच्छा मन में ले ली, आप कुछ बड़ा करोगे, नया बिजनेस क्रिएट करोगे. एंड द लास्ट पार्ट वाज दिमाग में शांति. तो मेरे ये वॉलंटियर्स को खड़े क्यों होना पड़ता है आपको यहाँ बिठाने के लिए? कैन वी हैव दैट लिटिल पीस ऑफ माइंड? 1 घंटे का सेशन अटेंड करने आए हैं तो शांति से 1 घंटा बैठ के अटेंड कर ले. बी देयर वेयर यू आर. डोंट बी एट 5 places साइमल्टेनियसली. वन इन मोबाइल, वन इन वॉच, दिमाग कहीं और, आंखें कहीं और, कान कहीं और, है ना? तो हम पूरे 5 सेंसेस को एक ही जगह लगा दें, बजाय कि 5 सेंसेस अलग दिशा में जा रहे हैं, राइट? दैट इज व्हाट आई रेफर टू व्हेन आई से कि दिमाग में शांति, है ना? तो अगले किसी भी सेमिनार में, आई वाज सिटिंग देयर ऑन द स्टेज यस्टरडे, और बीच में उठ के जाना है. वेरी सीनियर डिग्निटरी इज कमिंग. देखो, सब तरह के एक्सपर्ट्स आते हैं. आप लोग बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट के स्टूडेंट्स हो, है ना? अलग अलग तरह के कस्टमर्स आपको मिलेंगे और आपको झेलना पड़ेगा, राइट? कस्टमर बोल रहा है, आप बात कर रहे हो, वो इंटरेस्ट नहीं ले रहा है, तो आप उठ के चल दोगे तो अभी आप कभी कोई डील क्लोज नहीं कर पाओगे. बिजनेस के वर्ल्ड में डील क्लोज नहीं होगी तो बिजनेस नहीं लाओगे कंपनी के लिए, तो सरवाइव नहीं करोगे, राइट? तो एक्सपर्ट यहाँ बैठा हुआ है और हमें उठ के बीच में जाना है. अरे इससे ज्यादा जरूरी आपके लिए एक नेशनल लेवल का एक एक्सपर्ट आया हुआ है. आईआईटी का डायरेक्टर रहा है व्यक्ति, ठीक है? एआईसीटी का चेयरमैन है, आई इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस का प्रोफेसर है, और कम से कम 15 से 20 साल के साथ कंसल्टिंग कर. हम ऐसे छोटे मोटे लोगों को तो बुलाते ही नहीं है, disconnect. राइट सो और हम क्या हो रहा है, स्टेज पे सेशन चल रहा है और बीच में मुझे कुछ अर्जेंट फोन आ गया, अरे भाई कहाँ के सीईओ हो तुम यार, ऐसा क्या फोन आ गया, राइट तो क्यों खड़ा होना पड़े उनको। आई फील वेरी बैड कि किसी स्टूडेंट को खड़ा होना पड़े डिसिप्लिन करने के लिए। अरे बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट के स्टूडेंट दुनिया चलाते हैं हम, हमको कोई क्या चलाएगा, ठीक है। और क्यों किसी को चलाने की जरूरत पड़े, वी ऑल आर मैच्योर इनफ, ऑल माई स्टूडेंट शुड बी मैच्योर्ड इनफ। अगर सेशन में आए हैं बैठे, हो सकता है जो एक्सपर्ट है वो 50 बातें बोले, लेकिन अगर उसमें से 2 बातें भी ऐसी मिल गई जिसमें आपका दिमाग क्लिक कर गया और एक अच्छा आइडिया निकल आया, तो आपकी जिंदगी बन जाएगी। और बिजनेसेस जितने शुरू हुए हैं वो ऐसे ही शुरू, ठीक है। स्पेशली इंडिया में तो आप बोल लो तो हर बिजनेस तो कॉपी है फॉरेन मॉडल का। फिर चाहे फ्लिपकार्ट ले लो, फिर चाहे आप ओला ले लो, फिर चाहे ओयो ले लो, एवरी बिजनेस इज सिंपली एन इम्प्रोवाइजेशन। तो हमें क्या करना है, क्यों, क्योंकि इंडिया में बड़ा एक फायदा है जो मैंने कल के में भी बोला, इफ यू आर एबल टू डू समथिंग इन इंडिया देयर इज अ ह्यूज मार्केट। कल का और आज का टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया अगर आपने पढ़ा हो तो एप्पल सबसे बड़ी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी यहां बना रहा है, क्यों, इंडिया इज द बिगेस्ट मार्केट इन द वर्ल्ड, एज सिंपल एज दैट। तो जब 140 करोड़ लोगों के देश में हम रह रहे हैं, तो इतनी बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं। एक छोटा सा आइडिया कभी क्लिक कर गया, इम्प्रोवाइज कर लिया, मॉडल हमने अपना बना लिया, यू विल बी एबल टू डू ग्रेट, ठीक है। और entrepreneurship is not always about starting a new business, it is about having an entrepreneurial mindset। और वो माइंडसेट कैसे आता है, कंपनी में भी आप रहते हो तो आपको इनोवेशन लगाना पड़ता है। when you are working with a company and if you show entrepreneurial mindset, see the kind of growth that you will get because your company will value you। यही तो कारण है। अब सत्या नडेला 65 साल का तो नहीं है, नहीं है ना, तो फिर कैसे बन गया माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का सीईओ। या सुंदर पिचई, क्या उम्र होगी, मस्ट बी इन हिज 40s आई बिलीव। जो सीईओ बने होगा 35 होगा, 40 होगा मैक्सिमम, राइट। तो आप ही के जैसे स्टूडेंट्स जो थोड़ा एंटरप्रेन्योरियल माइंड अपनी कंपनी में दिखाया, और सो देख लो कि उनका ग्रोथ कैसा हुआ है, तो आपका भी वैसा ग्रोथ हो सकता है, ठीक है। सो दैट इज द रीजन वी कॉल यू हियर, ठीक है। यू विल नॉट रियलाइज द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ इट। जरूरी नहीं है हर स्पीकर आपके काम का भी हो, लेकिन हर स्पीकर की 1-2 बातें ऐसी होंगी जो आपके काम की होंगी। दिस आई कैन गारंटी एंड अश्योर यू। वो 1-2 बातें पकड़ने के लिए सेशन अटेंड करना चाहिए, ताकि डाइवर्स पॉइंट ऑफ व्यूज यू आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड, imbibe, adopt and do better in life। Thank you so much. All the best. God bless you. Next session is at 2, where we'll be having the Director of Center of Sustainability of Government of India, and she'll again be talking on sustainability. Sustainability पे बहुत potential है नए business develop करने का. Thank you. That will be a 1-hour session only. Only they need to attend for 1 hour only. Rest the classes can continue.
So we'll be here at 1:50. After lunch, be on time. Please be here at 1:50. You can resume at your classes now. Okay? 11:20 तक पहुंच जाना, थोड़ा ब्रेक ले लो and
Hello. All the offline participants are requested to proceed to LT02. I repeat participants to proceed to LT02 for the presentation.
Halo, Moin sir. देखो मजा का बोल पूछूंगा कौन पसंद में जाकर बोलूँ आती है तो बोलूंगा आप बताओ
We'll begin with the presentation. Before that, I would like to introduce our session co-chair, Dr. Abhineet Saxena, Assistant Professor at Amity University, Rajasthan, rounds out our distinguished panel of chairperson. We are delightful to have you here, sir. Also, Let me tell you all the instructions, the rules to be followed. First, is kindly ensure that all the handsets are set in the silent mode. Second, each presentation will be allotted 10 minutes. A buzzer will signal the 8-minute mark and another at the 10-minute mark. Third rule is evaluation criteria is as follows: 10 marks for content, 10 marks for presentation, 10 marks for Q&A, and 10 marks for overall impact, totaling of 40 marks. At the end of the session, we'll be presenting the Best Research Paper Award. So please give your best. All the best. With your permission, let us begin with our first presentation with Monica Sharma. The title of the paper is Generative AI ChatGPT in Business and Management, a bibliometric snapshot. Ms. Monica, would you like to present your PPT?
Yeah, yes, yes, ma'am. Please continue on the slideshow.
Let's have 5. So,
Ms. Monica, is the presentation visible?
Yeah, but it is not in slideshow.
yes. I think sharing is not
Am I
there.
audible?
Yeah, is the presentation visible on your screen?
Yeah, is it visible? But please continue in slideshow, slide mode, presentation.
First of all, need- okay, we can continue with the same start.
Ms. Monica, please start with your presentation.
Okay. Good good morning, everyone. I'm Monica Sharma, research scholar of Amity University, Rajasthan. It's my pleasure to present my research paper in this conference. So my research title is Generative AI ChatGPT in Business and Management, a bibliometric snapshot. Next one, ma'am. Next, please.
एक्चुअली क्या कर रहे हो शेयर कर रहे हो स्क्रीन पर आ रहा है इस पर नहीं आ रहा so please just give us that.
Ms. Monica, please just give a moment.
Stop sharing करो एक बार इसको ठीक है स्कैप प्रेस स्कैप कर लीजिए एक बार इधर आइए हेलो हेलो कंफर्म करो मोनिका से
Ms. Monica, can you see the presentation on screen?
लीजिए यहाँ तो शेयर हो रहा है ऑनलाइन नहीं शेयर हो रहा है
No, ma'am.
पेपर मतलब जो
Showing at,
1 second.
it is showing like recording.
यहाँ से आपने शेयर किया ना पेपर को would you like to share from your end
Ms. Monica, would you like to share it from your end?
Yeah, yeah, yes.
वो वापस करते हैं
Okay, ma'am.
ये वाली
नहीं कर लिया
मोनिका शेयर
हाँ मोनिका मैम
चलो तो ठीक है आपने शेयर नहीं किया
Is it visible?
No, ma'am.
No, no.
No, ma'am, it is not. You're not visible. Miss Monica, we'll be sharing your presentation. Whenever you want to change the next slide, just let us know. We'll do that.
Okay, okay.
दिख रहा है ठीक है सेकंड स्लाइड चेंज करके देखो तो सेकंड स्लाइड का हाँ इट्स वर्किंग नाउ ओके आप लेकिन ये नहीं दिख रहा बल्कि जी
You don't make a sound, sir.
हाँ now it's working
Miss Monica, is the presentation visible on your screen?
Yeah, yes, it is visible.
please
Shall I
continue
start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, as we know, technology are now an essential part of our life. So our optimizing operation, improving customer experience, and strategic decision making in industries from financial services to supply chain management. The emergence of new information technology and AI-driven cognitive machines has profoundly impacted our lifestyle and work. Artificial intelligence tools like ChatGPT are poised to revolutionize not only analytical methodology but also care managerial philosophies. So this paper aims to fill in the knowledge gaps and current trends in the body of literature regarding ChatGPT tool used in business and management. The Open Artificial Intelligence Organization debuted ChatGPT, a sophisticated language model in November 2022. It is currently one of the most well-known chatbots available. So currently, 1.4 billion people visit OpenAI's main chatbot website each month. Individuals between the age of 25 and 34 make up the largest target demographic for this platform. So this presentation aims to provide a bibliometric snapshot of the current state of the research on generative AI with a focus on ChatGPT within the context of business and management. So this analysis not only underscores the significance of generative AI in enhancing business operations, but also provides a foundations for understanding its broader impact on management theory and practices. Next, please. So now here's my research objective. This study will identify prominent countries, authors, sources in subject area through publications and citation analysis. Next one, this study will evaluate the current trend and analysis the theme of the subject area. This study will examine the use of AI tools in business and management through bibliometric analysis. Next slide. So this is the research question. First one, how has ChatGPT and AI research evolved over the years? Which countries contribute the most to ChatGPT and AI research based on the number of published documents? Third, which organization has made the most significant contributions to the ChatGPT research field based on the number of published articles? What are the current topics in the literature on ChatGPT and AI in business management and accounting? Next slide, please. So this is the literature search. In the search query, title, abstract, keyword used to gather bibliometric data. I searched ChatGPT and ChatGPT and AI. This is focused in the business and management. Then finally, I got 244 papers in ChatGPT sector. Next one, please. Here is the publication team. Here is the annual prediction of all published article and citation. It is showing progressive increase in production with 126 publications and 71 citations in 2023 and 115 publications and 115 publications till May 2024. Next one, please. This is the country analysis. It is showing country-wise publication. The US was at first rank in this with 74 publications among top countries, followed by UK, India, Australia, China, Poland, Germany, South Korea, Canada, and Turkey. Next one, please. Next is top 10 most influential author in the field of ChatGPT. Dwedi from Swansea University from UK has a 6 publication, which is the highest number of publication. Next, from Koźmiński University has 4 publications with 140 citations. Next, others are followed by Majorki G and Chaudhary S also there. Next, affiliation is the data from the top 10 affiliations organization from 2022 to 2023 was retrieved. A total of 48 documents were fetched from these top 10 affiliations. Only 6 have more than average. France University is the top affiliation with 6 publications and with 900 citations. Then Symbiosis is the second one and others within 6 publications and 880 citations. Next slide, please. So this is the keyword occurrence. Co-occurrence of keyword measures the strength of relationship between sample is relevant text. In total, there are 53 items, 5 clusters, and 686 links and 161 total link strength in the network analysis. I noticed that ChatGPT has been searched a maximum of 478 times, while artificial intelligence was found 342 times. So this is my keyword occurrence. Next slide, please. This is the top cited articles. The citation analysis in the article with the greatest number of citation in the field is the most highly cited one. The article titled, "So What If ChatGPT Wrote It? Multidisciplinary Perspective on Opportunity, Challenge and Implication of Generative Conversational AI for Research Practice" and by Dwivedi, source of International Journal of Information Management. Citation is 779, was first. So it is the highest number of citations with 779 citation. So next one. Finally, this is the conclusion of my study. So the bibliometric analysis of ChatGPT offers a thorough overview of the state of research on this generative AI technology. The analysis creates a number of important conclusions. First off, there has been a notable surge in research publications about ChatGPT, especially after GPT-3 was released in 2020. Second, the distribution of subject areas shows that ChatGPT research is conducted across a range of academic fields, with computer science and artificial intelligence seeing the largest concentrations. Notably, the social sciences, education, and healthcare all have a large amount of interdisciplinary interest, highlighting ChatGPT's many uses. The literature also identifies a number of thematic clusters, such as the architecture and foundational development of ChatGPT and other LLMs. The practical applications of generative AI in the field, like healthcare and education, the ethical implications and social impacts on the technology. The various research topics and the new themes in ChatGPT studies are highlighted by these clusters. The ChatGPT bibliometric analysis of ChatGPT study present a number of possible implications for different stakeholders, such as researchers, policymakers, and professionals in the industry. Thank you.
Okay, Monica, am I audible to you?
Yeah, yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay. So Monica, you have created a bibliometric analysis based paper. Please give us some new areas in which new scholars can do some research in this generative AI. Have you identified any further scope of study in this topic? Like if somebody starts a fresh research, so what are the key areas?
So there are so many key areas like new scholars can start on health, health I did business and management. So there are so many scope.
Okay, so if you have not highlighted in your paper, so you should add that these are the gaps in the existing literature. So you have not identified that themes, so please add that so that paper will be useful for the further new scholars.
Okay, I will do
Okay,
that.
now Monica, tell me second thing, which tool you have applied for all this analysis?
Sir, I have used for Boss Viewer and I will use Biblioshiny also.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Monica. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica Sharma. We'll move on to our next presenter, Divya Garg. The topic for her is India as emerging leader in the renewable energy infrastructure. Divya Garg.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Are you going to present your presentation or we should do that?
Ma'am, can you only do that?
Okay.
I'll let you know when to change.
Sure. Ma'am, let me know if the presentation is visible on your screen.
Yes, ma'am. It is visible. Thank you.
Okay. You may start.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone present there. My topic is India is emerging leader in the renewable energy infrastructure. Can you change, please? If we talk about renewable energy is something which is generated by more than it is consumed. So we can generate the energy more at a faster rate that we are consuming. So here are some key facts that why we are setting India as a leader in the sector of renewable energy. That India ranks fourth globally for total renewable power capacity addition. So it means that India is adding up at a faster speed at total contribution of than by the renewable energy. India has achieved its target of 40% installed electric capacity from non-fossil fuels in November 2021 itself. There was some intentionally nationally determined target that is called INDCs that was set up by our government of India at Paris Climate Change Agreement. And according to that, we have to set up a 40% installed electric capacity, and that we have achieved in 2021 itself. India ranked fourth in wind power capacity and fifth in solar power capacity. So as far as India is concerned, India has at the fourth spot in the global sector at a wind power generation and fifth in the solar power generation. Can you please change? If we talk about India as a country, we have a national target and some at the state level ambition as well. At national target, if we talk about, India has an ambitious target of achieving 175 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity by the end of 2022, which we have already achieved, and 450 power gigawatt by 2030, which we are looking forward to, demonstrating its commitment to a clean energy future. If we talk about state level ambitions, there are many states in India which are contributing to the sector. For example, in Rajasthan, we have a largest solar park of India, that is Bharla Solar Power Plant. Can you change, please? There are some key facts if we talk about renewable energy sector. That is 1 gigawatt of energy target at 2030, at the end of 2030, which we have already achieved. That is 500 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity, solar capacity of 73.31 gigawatt. At the same time, wind energy, large hydropower, these are the overall data which shows that how much and each and every sector of renewable energy or component of renewable energy is contributing towards the generation of renewable energy. Can we move forward? If we talk about emerging renewable energy, there are three major components, that is solar power plant, wind power, and the hydropower. In the hydropower itself, we have large and the small hydropower. As far as India is concerned, the small hydropower plant is contributing more than the large hydropower plant, because as far as India is concerned, we have a lot of river which are flowing, which is perennial and non-perennial river, which contribute most at the hydropower plant as compared to electricity generated by the movement of sea. And as far as wind power is concerned, we have a largest wind power capacity. And in the terms of wind energy, we have 8 states in India which has a largest sector, which is Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and so on. As far as solar power is concerned, Rajasthan, Gujarat, these are some states at the tropic level which has a higher level of solar power generation capacity. Can you move forward? If we talk about innovative financing mechanism, why it is financing is something which is essential for every startup or every business. Now, Government of India is promoting the financial mechanism of renewable energy sector. The first one is green bond. The bond which are issued, which has to be in the sector of renewable energy, has to be sustainable, which is there are some bonds which has to be issued, and the money generated from these bonds can only be issued with the environment friendly program, and that is known as green bonds. Then same as public private partnership, the government and the private entities like Adani Powers, Reliance Powers, these are coming into power and joining hand with the government so that a public private partnership can be created and a overall mechanism of contribution can be developed. Similarly, at international funding, if we talk about, there are many agencies such as World Bank, IMF, Asian Development Bank. These international institutions are considering India as one of the major hub, and they are investing in a country. Can we move forward? If we talk about how the government is supporting, there are many policies that Government of India has launched as far as as far as renewable energy is being concerned. First is National Offshore Wind Energy, then Hydrogen Energy Mission. In hydrogen, we are trying to generate green hydrogen by means of electrolysis. Then production link incentive. In PLI, the Government of India is providing some incentive to those producers who are able to generate or who are able to produce the environment sustainable components. The net metering policy. In the net metering policy, the government is allowing the individual household who has installed a rooftop panels over there, if they are generating excess electricity, they can sell it to the discoms. Then we have National Solar Mission. At the same time, we have renewable purchase obligation, in which the discoms are obligated to purchase some component of renewable energy as a source of overall electricity. Then we have a Green Energy Corridor project. The Government of India has started the Green Energy Corridor project so that we can have a safely transmission or safely storage capacity and transmission of renewable energy. Let me move forward. Now, here are some key challenges as well associated with the overall program, because as far as India is concerned, we have a problem of land acquisition, because for such project, including solar, wind, hydro, we require a large scale of land, and acquiring the land is a very tedious task. At the same time, grid connectivity, because as far as geographical divisions are concerned, we have each kind of physical geography in India. At the same time, lack of infrastructure plays a very important role in creating a hurdle in the grid connectivity model and financing cost. There are some institutions which are lacking the finances to support the government and international institutions. Some challenges are related to the executive part as well. Now, please move forward. If we talk about international collaboration, now why we are talking India as a leader or as a main generator in the source of renewable energy. Why? Because India is collaborating on a global front. First of all, is we are collaborating with the international organizations such as World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and we have started International Solar Alliance as well with the partnership of France, such as a bilateral agreement. And as far as International Solar Alliance is concerned, we have its headquarters in our own country, that is in Gurugram. Public-private partnership has already been discussed, that India is trying to harness all its capacity so that we can generate ourselves as a global leader, and we can show the path to global world that we can be achieve the power of sustainability, and we can contribute towards the earth to save our earth. Now, can you move forward? Now, why we call India? Because we are emerging leader. We have recognized, India is being recognized as a global participation, even it's a UNSC or UNGC, that is United Nations General Council. And we are developing energy storage solution as well. And at the same time, there are some incentive which is promoting the green hydrogen, and we are blending the ethanol with our sources, petroleum. So that's how the things, that's how we are creating a overall infrastructure for renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So the way you presented entire paper without any data or facts. So have you done
Yes, sir,
some
it's a,
analysis
yes, sir.
on this?
Yes, sir. It's a more kind of a review paper, how India is presenting itself as a renewable energy leader, and how, what are the achievements, what are the key challenges, and how we can overcome that. If we move forward to RNDC more, we can overcome these challenges, and surely India can develop itself.
That's okay, but this information is easily available in any newspaper or blogs. But what is your analysis? Means what is the basis of this analysis?
So the
Is
basis of
it your
the
gut
sir,
feeling, or you are analyzing some data, some reports?
these are the all the authentic facts that are being taken up from the International Solar Alliances, UNGC. These all the data which are taken up from the published sources or the government sources itself. So I'm analyzing at far as this stage, I'm analyzing all the government resources so that we can create how, and I'm trying to develop a solution. So how we can overcome over the challenges we are facing.
That's okay, but I have not seen any comparative analysis in your paper, like India is far ahead with the USA in this aspect, or India is below on this particular aspect as compared to any other country. So there must be some comparative analysis based on some data and parameters in any research paper.
I'll take into consideration.
Kind of things, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, we will start with the next presentation.
Hi all. Hi, this is Karthik. Could you please share it?
I got it. Just a minute. Just a minute. We are waiting for one more guest in the session. So please wait for a minute. She's just joining. Continue with this third presentation card. After that, we can welcome the.
We'll start with our third presentation, Karthik Kulani. The topic is the role of artificial intelligence in fintech.
You can able to see my screen, right? Yeah.
Is the presentation visible?
Yeah.
Okay.
You may begin with your presentation.
Hi all, I'm Karthik Palani. So I'm pursuing a PhD in management in Amity Jaipur campus. So my topic is the role of artificial intelligence and intelligent process automation in fintech industry, prospects, challenges, and implications. And the introduction of this topic is the integration of the AI and the intelligent process automation in the fintech industry is driving a significant advancement in operational efficiency and customer experience and decision making. So AI includes machine learning, natural language processing, and data analytics are transforming fintech by enabling predictive analysis and personalized services and enhanced regulatory compliances. And IPA, this intelligent process automation, which combines with AI with traditional process automation tool like robotic process automation and automates complex end-to-end business processes by handling unstructured data and improving the decision making. So it can also do the optical character recognition by combining the traditional RPA with AI. So this gives intelligent process automation. The impact of AI and IPO on fintech are examining the key tools such as IBM Watson X, Google AI, Microsoft AI, and UiPath AI Center, Automation IQ Bot, and Blue Prism Decipher. These are all the tools presently in market, like they are using for our AI and IP integration, and they are getting benefits out of it. The tools explicitly converges of the cognitive automations with traditional RPA and offering solutions that enhance productivity, accuracy, and scalability across the various finance operations. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, artificial intelligence in fintech. So, artificial intelligence is fundamentally transforming in fintech industry by driving an advancement in machine learning, NLP, and data analytics. The prospects of fintechs are promising and grounded its potential to democratize access to financial services and drive innovations. The AI ability to analyze and interpret large volumes of data enables the creation of highly personalized financial products and services and tailored to individual needs and preferences. So AI innovation and such as a robo advisor and automated trading platforms can offer sophisticated financial management solutions at lower cost and making high quality financial services more accessible. So the prospects of AI are promising grounded and personalized to extend the financial services underserved populations and promoting financial inclusions by providing access to the tools and advices previously available to the few. Moreover, AI-driven innovations such as robo-advisor and automated trading platforms are sophisticatedly used in financial management services. The next slide. So now here comes intelligent process automation, which is combination of artificial intelligence and traditional RPA, and such as machine learning, natural language process, and cognitive computing with traditional process automations tools like RPA. The enables.
Sorry to interrupt you. We would like to know about your research part. So please share your objectives, your methodology, and your findings.
So the objective here is to, yeah, you can go to the IBM mode, the second slide. So here is the artificial intelligence tool. So where uh, presently the finance institutions are using and to get the benefit out of it. So these tools will help. So IBM Watson is the cutting edge of an AI and data platform designed to empower the enterprises by offering a comprehensive suite of building and deploying and managing AI application. So it has three components. One is Watson AI and Watson X data and Watson X governance. So this serves the versatile studios of AI developers, providing the rich set of integrated tools for generative AI and machine learning. So this includes the robustness of the support of model development, where the user can create machine learning models and using the open source framework and diversify the data science tools, and both the automated and the visual data preparation methods available. And 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 Watson X data provides a necessary infrastructure to handle the complexities of modern data environment. It simplifies the data integration across hybrid cloud ecosystem, allowing seamless connections to various storages and analytical systems. And Watson X governance is decided to ensure that the AI practices within an organization are responsible and compliant with regulatory standards. If you go to the next slide. So it has key products and services, which is Watson Assistant, an AI-powered chatbot and virtual assistant, and Watson Discovery, which analyze the content and provide the feasibility analysis report and the information extracted by this tool. And Watson Studio, which will build and train the machine learning models, and NL and Watson Natural Language Understanding, which used for text analysis and understanding of the data. Watson speech to text used to understand the speech recognition and transcriptions. Next slide. Yeah. So the second tool which I'm talking about, the Microsoft AI, where the encompass the wide range of AI solution integrated into Microsoft product and services, including Azure AI, which provides robust AI capabilities on the Azure cloud platform. So these are all the key products where Azure AI is a cloud-based AI services, as which provides the cognitive services and collection of pre-built APIs allows to develop to infuse AI capabilities, and the bot frameworks, the tools for building the conversational AI, and Azure machine learning framework, where it's a platform for building and training and deploying the machine learning models. So these packages are used in fintech presently to develop their environment from the traditional automation to the AI automation platform. And Google AI. So Google AI is the research division of Google dedicated to advancing the state of art in AI and applying AI technology across Google products and services. Google aims to make the AI accessible and beneficial to everyone. So the key products are TensorFlow, where it's an open source machine learning framework used to develop an artificial intelligence capabilities for the organization, and used for the traditional automations to machine learning automation. And but the language understanding model and DeepMind is a research lab working on AGI, and Google Cloud AI. It's a cloud-based AI services and the APIs. AutoML are the machine learning tools, where it's another key offering from the Google AI designed to democratize the ML by providing the automated tools that allows user to create the custom machine learning models without deep expertise in AI. So AutoML also simplifies the process of model development by automating key aspects such as feature selections and model architects, search and hyperparameters.
Karthik,
Yeah.
you have limited time. You need to wind up in next 2 minutes. So please
Yeah, sure.
share
I'll
your
just
findings, analysis part.
Okay. So here comes the intelligent process automation tools, where we have UiPath AI Center and Automation Anywhere IQ Bot, and then the Blue Prism Decipher. So these three tools are used in the organization to extract the data from the images and the PDF files such as invoices, and also like they used to develop an unstructured data where to transform into the structured data tool. So these tools are used to get the data from the images, PDFs, and other formats. And the challenges. The key challenges are here are the data privacy and security of the parameter. Okay. And I'll go to the conclusion part. So here comes the intelligent process automation. represents a significant evolutions in automations and advanced technologies such as AI, ML, and optical character recognition to handle complex business processes. These tools go beyond the traditional rule-based automations by incorporating cognitive capabilities that enables decision-making, language, and processing unstructured data. These tools are increasing essential for organizations looking to stay competitive by streamlining their operations, reducing the manual efforts, and improving decision-making through intelligent automations. So that's all.
Yes, thank you, Karthik.
Thank you.
Am I audible to you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Just hold a minute. Dr. Madhu is with us in our session, so please welcome.
Thank you, sir. I would like to ask something from the presenter.
Yes.
Yes. Sir, what is your contribution through this research to the society? How you are going to solve problem related to society?
Related to the society, when the organization, for example, if we say like in the organization like Ford, where we have been working, so they have multiple invoices actually daily on the daily basis, and customer pay for the bill for the subscriptions. So the process time will be reduced when we use these tools. So if the subscription, if the order is placed, the order will be delivered. It will take for another week for processing. If they process today, the next day the order will be processed when we use the AI tool. So it reduces a lot of time and benefits the customer. When you see as a part of automation team.
Okay, fine. Any model you want to propose and anything in future which we are going to, related to, which is going to be very useful for entrepreneurs and we are going to get prototype.
Definitely, ma'am. Presently, what they are working on it, like it's an IPA tool. Previously, it was an RPA. Now it has been changed to the next generation, adding an artificial intelligence tool such as you see, like UiPath A and IQ Bot and the Blue Prism Decipher. These tools can help the organization to digitalize their entire team. So whatever they are doing manually, when they use these tools, it can be transformed automatically. The bot can read the data and it can update those data in the system when it comes.
Fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to the next presenter. Before that, I would like to introduce Dr. Madhubala Kaushik, the School of Business and Commerce Department of Business Administration from Manipal University, Jaipur. Ma'am is currently working as Assistant Professor at Manipal University, Jaipur. She is a certified startup mentor of MSME, PPTC Agra. She was recently awarded the degree of Doctorate of Philosophy in Human Resource Management and from Vivekananda Global University, Jaipur. She has 16 years plus of experience in academics and has contributed to many research studies in the field of human resources management. Ma'am is an expert in the field of human resource management and has attended and presented papers in various national and international conferences. She has been instrumental in organizing faculty development programs, FDPs, seminars and conferences as a convert. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And we are very happy to share with all of you that recently we have got one project from Viksit Bharat on women entrepreneurship, and I'm the PA for that. And also our one FDP is going on, that is Atal FDP, and that too on social enterprise. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
We will be moving on to the next presenter. We are Shubham Arvind Jadhav. This topic is empowering the silver generation, AI-enabled knowledge management strategies in HRM.
Hello.
Shubhamji, I'm also from this area. My core area is this. So I would like to have, in presentation, what I'm going to look forward to, that what is your problem statement exactly, and the objectives, and how you're going to solve that, any research design methodology you have, and your findings and conclusion.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Thank you. So, shall I present or means like
Whatever makes you comfortable. You want to present or you want us to present?
You
we
can,
can present
because
at
I
your
know you have devoted time on making presentation.
screen is visible to all?
No, your
Is
screen
screen
is
visible
not
to all?
visible. No. It is not visible to me. If it is visible to any other participant?
No, ma'am, it is not visible to us as well.
No, ma'am.
No issues. Shubhamji, please start. Please start. Whatever you know about
Will you
paper.
present your presentation?
Yes, whatever you know about your paper, please.
Sure. First of all, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Myself Shubham. I'm research scholar from Symbiosis International University, working under Dr. Suruchi Pandey. She is associate professor from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies. So I'm doing research specifically on silver generation, and which is related to knowledge management, and definitely in human resource, as I'm a human resource professional. So my topic is empowering the silver generation and AI-enabled knowledge management strategies in human resource management. So let's start with the introduction. Hope my voice is clearly audible to all. Okay. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Shubham, you are audible.
Hello? Yes. So let's start with the introduction. This topic is related to silver generation and aging workforce. So as this global workforce evolves, the silver generation, those who are aged 50 plus and older, so they plays a vital role in the organization. And if we talk about their retirement ages and related thing, the retention and remaining things is very important, which is related to when we talk about ages. So while this demographic shift presents new opportunities, it also brings unique challenges for human resource professionals and organization leader in management. So at the same time, artificial intelligence is a huge platform where we are using artificial intelligence for transforming human resource management domain, and that is also particularly for knowledge management system, which is very important and crucial when we talk about organization performance and business performance. Also, this study explore how AI driven knowledge management techniques can empower senior employees and their contribution and support to their career growth, ultimately fostering more inclusive and age friendly workplace. So basically, this research focusing on their career contribution, their career growth, and their inclusive and aging friendly workplace. So objective of this topic is to examine the role of AI, artificial intelligence, in knowledge management. Here we are going to explore how different AI technologies. So now I use AI term only. So I have not mentioned specific technology, but yes, by using AI technology, we can explore different AI technology. We can align this with knowledge management and machine learning or any natural language processing system, which enhance knowledge creation, sharing, and and utilization with human resource management to analyze the impact of AI on silver generation, how it will impact on T plus elder members and silver generation, and how they will feel satisfied, and how we can increase their productivity by using AI. Also, we can identify the key AI tools for supporting senior, which type of AI tools we can use, specific type of tools, so we can boost senior employees to access organization benefit. As I told you, Miss senior employees are having good knowledge, and how to boost and to retain them, it is very crucial for organization. So how we can access the organization benefit, that also we can do. Provide recommendation for inclusive HRM practice, which HRM practice we can use by using AI. So that also that is also one of the objective. So these are the 3 to 4 or 4 to 5 objectives I have mentioned here. So methodology, so I use bibliometric methodology. So bibliometric methodology is used for scientific data collection, we can say. And so by using bibliometric methodology, you can see here, this is the bibliometric methodology cycle. First of all, I do query formulation by putting different keywords. So my keywords are related to knowledge management, silver generation, AI, and bibliometric. So by using query formulation, we can collect bibliometric data from the scopus, and we can interlink with the author, country, institution, journal, subjects, and related keywords. And by using this, last stage is evaluation of bibliometric data, which we can see data extraction, where we can link author, country, institution, and different keywords, and we do quantitative analysis. And for that, I have used R and R Studio BiblioShiny, which is a software. So here you can see these are the trends and insights of AI enabled knowledge management strategies for silver generation. And you can see this is the knowledge management network on next knowledge management slide, on 5th slide. So this here you can see a major author search knowledge management, and it is linked with the silver generation life cycle of the employees and different parameters. About findings, if I talk, so this research highlights key publications, influential authors from different region, emerging research groups in the interaction of AI and knowledge management and HR strategies, especially for silver generation only through bibliometric analysis. Also, this paper studies emphasize growing recognition of AI-driven approach to address the unique need of older workers, showcasing how research team have evolved over the time. Next is areas require further investigation. Also means, of course, research is very big, and if we talk about the silver generation aging workforce, there is not a huge area of research as of now. So we can highlight those gaps, and we can align those gaps, and with the technology, I can align this gap with the silver generation. So research provide
sorry to interrupt you. Okay.
Yes,
Your topic is very interesting. Can we come to your title slide, please?
Just 1 minute.
एक बार title slide पे वापस चलते हैं अपन. Title slide पे चले अपन. ठीक है.
First page.
आपका टाइटल पेपर का जो टाइटल है, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल वेरी नाइस, है ना? सी योर टॉपिक इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. अगर मुझसे आज ये कहे कि कोई भी कि इफ यू वांट टू डू PhD once again on this topic, तो I would love to, है ना? बहुत ही अच्छा टॉपिक है आपका ये. इसमें आपने सिल्वर जनरेशन में इंक्लूड किया है those who are above 50, right?
Yes.
And you want to empower them. Those who are above 50, you want to empower them.
Yes,
and what you are going to impart them? You are just saying that they are the strategy makers, right? In HRM. People who are above 50, so they are among the strategy makers. So you just want to impart their knowledge to them. Yes? Am I right?
Yes.
Correctly perceived?
Yes.
And your paper is bibliometric analysis.
Yes.
Right? कितने पेपर लिए अपन ने इसमें bibliometric analysis में?
Around
कितने पेपर लिए?
Around 15-20 only, ma'am.
Very
To
good.
be very
मैंने
frank, yes.
सारी टेक्निक्स आपकी देखी. है ना? So
Yes,
uh,
yes, ma'am.
जब हम मोटिव लेके चले थे कि वी वांट टू एम्पावर सिल्वर जनरेशन एंड दैट टू वी वांट टू इम्पार्ट एआई इनेबल्ड नॉलेज इन मैनेजमेंट स्ट्रेटजीज इन एचआरएम, तो हमने है ना बिब्लियोमेट्रिक एनालिसिस क्यों किया? हम इसके बजाय ऐसा क्यों नहीं किया कि मैं कोई भी 50 जो मैनेजर्स थे, एचआर मैनेजर्स थे, उन पे एक अच्छे से सर्वे कर लेती और मेरे पास है ना एक एम्पेरिकल डेटा आ जाता?
Yes, yes, of course, ma'am.
नहीं, मैं बस आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ.
Yes. So, ma'am, basically, I'm doing core research in this area. So, side by side, I'm doing kind of things only. But for presentation and paper conference, we
अच्छा,
have took
right.
limited data. By using limited data, we can specify the gaps, and at least we can visualize those gaps by using bibliometric analysis. So that is the only reason, like I have gone through this bibliometric methodology or bibliometric methodology for this
शुभम जी,
topic here.
बिब्लियोमेट्रिक एनालिसिस से मैं भी फैसिनेटेड हूँ बहुत ज्यादा, है ना? और शायद मैंने 2
Yes,
वीडियो
ma'am.
दी है ना बिब्लियोमेट्रिक पे, और अभी 3 मेरे क्यू में है ना, अबाउट टू पब्लिश वाली स्टेज में है.
Okay,
लेकिन
ma'am.
what I felt about bibliometric analysis that it is contributing nothing to the research work, ठीक है? और सिर्फ
Yes.
ये होता है कि the researchers who will come after me, है ना, तो they will be able to analyze कि भाई अब तक क्या काम हो चुका है इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया में. इससे ज्यादा बिब्लियोमेट्रिक एनालिसिस का कोई भी कंट्रीब्यूशन मुझे दिखाई नहीं दे पा रहा है.
Yes.
और
Yes. Yes.
बाकी मैं यही प्रेफर करूंगी कि आप इस पे ना और काम करें, और है ना कुछ एम्पेरिकल पेपर्स के साथ आप आए और है ना डेटा कलेक्ट करें, देन ओनली यू विल बी एबल टू अचीव योर ऑब्जेक्टिव, राइट? एंड हाउ दे
Okay,
आर
ma'am.
एम्पावरिंग.
Okay.
अच्छा, मुझे कोई 2 पेपर में से बता दो कि उन्होंने क्या किया, व्हाट दे हैव डन टू एम्पावर सिल्वर जनरेशन. कोई भी 2 पेपर जो
So,
आपने ढंग से पढ़े हो उसमें से बता दो बस.
yes, ma'am. From aging workplace, Emma Paris from United Kingdom. She worked in human resource management field from Cranford University. So she worked in aging workforce. By studying her paper, so I got to know that like she worked on the different models in strategies, specifically for this knowledge management system to empower the silver generation and or else aging workforce. So definitely we should build one I should build one strategy or any additional strategy for this silver generation. And in second paper, they have aligned different technologies with this. And as of now, the research is very low in this field. So or rare people I got on the technology which is aligned to the knowledge management system. But yes, strategy model they have built here, and by using strategy model, they executed their research area.
Right. And it is really very tough to, you know, make them understand. They realize the importance
Yes.
of AI now. Silver generation realize the
Yes, ma'am.
importance of AI, but still
Yes.
they are hesitating in using these AI tools for, you know, knowledge management strategies, because AI is fetching what is already there, है ना? And this is the generation who believes in contributing something from themselves, कि कुछ है ना मैं खुद से करके दूं, है ना, किसी की existing को मैं कुछ ना करूं, लेकिन हाँ ठीक है, if you'll empower them तो definitely we'll get to know more of them, है ना? Fine. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So
Thank you.
I would like to request the last conclusion side so I can present
Do you
the
want to tell
conclusion.
us what you have concluded? अच्छा, एक लाइन में बता दो. Fine. What you have concluded?
So definitely practical implications and how AI-driven human resource management strategies will empower the silver generation. So for that, definitely I would take your consideration about these empirical papers and remaining things. But yes, here for this particular conference, I would like to highlight how AI-driven knowledge management strategies can effectively address the older aging workforce, and how we can enhance their engagement and productivity, and how we can retain silver generation for organization growth. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
See, I am an entrepreneur, so I believe in कि whatever you do, है ना, should contribute something to the society and real world. क्योंकि
Yes,
ये क्या है, ये
yes, yes.
papers जो हैं आपके कहीं जाके जर्नल में है ना बंद हो जाएंगे and nobody is going to read. मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप लोग ऐसे रिसर्च करें जो वाकई में सोसाइटी में कुछ चेंज लेके आए. It is all about empowering.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Sure, sure, for sure. I will take your consideration.
Yeah. चलो,
Yes.
thank you. Next
So
candidate,
thank you
please.
so much. Thank you to Amity University for this platform, and thank you, co-chair and chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubham. Before moving to the next presentation, I would just like to re-mention this thing, that you have 8 minutes, the buzzer will be rang, and you guys are supposed to say the objectives, the research methodology, data analysis, and findings. Just to mention that before. We begin with the next presentation. VSS Prashanti with the topic Brain and Banking and Neurofinance Revolution.
Ma'am, can I present from my side?
Yeah, sure. You can do that. Is the screen visible?
No.
Yes.
Is the presentation now visible?
Yes, ma'am.
You may begin with your presentation.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Prashanti. I'm research scholar from Manurachna University. Today's my topic is regarding brain and banking and new systematic review properties on neurofinance and evaluation of it. So first of all, in this PPT, I have the agenda of this PPT is like introduction, objective, literature review, conclusion, and references I have taken. So introduction. So neurofinance provides information. So in the name itself, it is there. It's the combination of neuro, how a person thinks when he is going to the investment, and the emotions of him, the psychological impacts when he is investing in finance and for future purposes. The emotion of a person while investing, it plays a very crucial role. So I have taken this topic. So neurofinance provides information for the creation of individualized financial plans and treatments by recognizing the brain mechanisms behind investing decisions. So we have discussed it plays the suggestion or the impact of making the decision making of a person while investing makes a very important role. So, and it's the neurofinance refers to the brain mapping technique also, like when he is how he is thinking regarding the investment, what decisions he is taking at what levels, what are the impact of that decision he is going to face through emotionally also, what emotionally he's going to face. So financial and
Prashanti, come
investment.
to the objectives, please.
Hanji ma'am. Okay.
Objectives.
Yes, ma'am.
Objectives.
Yes, ma'am. The objective of my study is to I have collected papers and I have this is a review paper, ma'am. So what the from where it has started and where it has been going on, I have taken it. So it's a review paper, a review I have taken.
Okay, fine.
Hanji ma'am. So I have a literature review. Coming to the literature review, from the Srivatsa paper I have taken from 2019. The cognitive and emotional biases impact the individual decision making. Therefore, it's important to comprehend where their biases emerge from. So, multidisciplinary sciences such as neurology, psychology, and finance is like they are from the subject of finance, and from after that from behavioral finance we have taken it. So it is the combination of emotional and the financial part. So the goal of this neurofinance is that throughout the time what the development is going on, and how investors are making decisions, and how they are achieving the goal, and how they are achieving their goals.
Okay, so what are the gaps you identified? Research
Ma'am,
gap you identified?
Ma'am, literature gap that I have identified is that the the finance literacy of the person who is going to invest, not only the educated one, the illiterate people, they are not having an idea when to invest, where to invest. Because of that, they are facing an emotional in their life. So that is affecting the family also. So we uh, we are going through the survey, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So, findings and conclusion?
Ma'am, coming to
What are
the
your findings?
conclusion.
Okay, conclusion. Fine. Continue, please. Conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. So this is a new recent field. The neurofinance is it attempts to connect how the brain works with investing behavior, and one of the field key findings is how important emotions are when making financial decisions. The study of human behavior and responses can be expanded to the extent of studying neurology and neuroscience in order to find the answer to biases to investor behavior.
Okay.
Ma'am, thank you, ma'am.
So, if you identified any factors which are driving for a neurofinance decision, factors identified by you based on the literature review?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, what are those?
About the findings, ma'am, or about the
Yes.
factors?
Factors, I'm just, try to find out that what are the factors you identified which are really affecting the decision making, the financial decisions.
Okay, ma'am.
You said emotions,
हाँ जी, ma'am.
like कौन से
Ma'am,
emotions?
yes, ma'am, if a person is if he is not aware of when to invest and everything, and if he is investing his uh in a wrong direction, if he is facing the person is facing the loss in it, and he is affecting psychologically. So while if he came to know that when to invest and where to invest everything, so he won't be facing that.
What is this revolution all about? Neurofinance revolution. What is this? Neurofinance revolution. In the title, Neurofinance revolution. क्या है ये? If it exists, neurofinance revolution exists? हो गया? शुरू हुआ है? कौन सी स्टेज पे? Yes, Prasanti, am I audible?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Yes, आपने बोला neurofinance revolution. I'm just asking about कि ये neurofinance revolution है क्या? कौन सी स्टेज पे है ये?
Ma'am, it is in the third stage of, ma'am, like
Okay.
they have here we will find the psychological factors here, ma'am, and like the survey like the research is going on, ma'am, like
Okay,
how
research
to
is going on. Fine, fine. Thank you, Prasanti.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you, Prashanti. Now we move ahead
with Mr. Vatsal Mahesh Joshi, who has joined us offline. This topic is integrating digital tools and data analytics to enhance economic decision making and governance. Over to you, Mr. Vatsal.
Yes.
So, what's
Am I
up?
audible to you, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Vatsal, I'm very excited to know about your topic.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
है ना?
So,
Vatsal, you are research scholar or student?
no, ma'am.
Or
Actually, I'm a student and this is my first research, ma'am.
your first research. All the best. Chalo, start karo.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Vatsal Joshi from K.S. Shroff College. I'm a student, and my topic is I'm introducing to you my topic, that is integrating digital tools and data analytics to enhance economic decision making and governance. So I start with the introduction. The integration of digital governance and economic decision making has become increasingly vital in addressing inefficiencies, which is traditional models often struggle with information overload and gaps, leading to suboptimal decision making. Digital governance offers a way to enhance government processes through online platforms, effective data management, and advanced communication methods. So my paper explores how a novel framework combining real-time data and machine learning can refine economic decision making and improve governance structure. And move on to the objectives. My objectives are primary goal is to develop and test a framework that integrates digital tools and analytics to enhance decision accuracy and governance transparency. My aims are leverage real-time data and machine learning to manage information overload and refine economic decisions, explore new governance structures incorporating decentralized decision-making tools and participatory platforms, provide actionable insights for policymakers and organizations to adopt the digital age. So following other literature gaps that I found, that is tech integration, there are very limited researches on how big data, machine learning and blockchain can be integrated into governance. Secondly, implementation challenges. There is a lack of focus on practical issues like data privacy, cybersecurity, and public sector resistance. Also, the local governance. There are very few studies on the impact of digital tools at the local level, followed by digital inclusion, AI ethics, which is research on the digital divide and exclusion of marginalized groups is lacking. AI ethics, that is minimal exploration of ethical concerns such as algorithm is biased. Further, I move on to my methodology. My methodology is framework development. The framework was designed to integrate real-time data analytics and machine learning into economic decision-making processes. Theoretical advancements were grounded in current digital analytics and governance research. Secondary data is studied from Google and various literatures and found web data and made the research paper accordingly. I'll move on to the next frame, my framework components that are that is my main content. First, focusing on real-time data integration, that is data sources, integration of diverse data sources, including economic indicators, example, employment rates, inflation, social media sentiment, public feedback platforms, and IoT device. Data aggregation, use of cloud-based data takes to aggregate and store vast amounts of data in real time, followed by data processing, which is application of real-time data processing frameworks to handle high-velocity data streams and provide immediate insights, and visualization, that is development of dashboards and data visualization tools to present real-time data to decision makers and the public and accessible.
following is a case study which says blockchain for transparent budget management. How it is implied, so a blockchain-based system was used to manage and track budget allocations and expenditures. Followed, what is the outcome? The system provided clear, immutable record of all transactions and budgetary decisions, reducing opportunities for fraud and enhancing transparency. What was the impact on it? Increased public trust in the budgeting process and reduced instances of financial mismanagement. Further, my suggestions are expand the framework, that is consider applying the framework to additional areas of governance and economic management to further validate its effectiveness. Followed by the main key suggestion, address data privacy, that is invest in robust data protection measures to address privacy concerns and build public trust. Followed by enhance public engagement, continue to refine participatory platforms to ensure broad and effective citizens involvement.
Good. Vatsal,
Yes, ma'am.
let us come to your title slide. चलो.
Which ma'am?
तुम्हारी जो title slide है उस पे चलते हैं. Let us come to your title slide.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Nice. So it is all about integrating digital tools and data analytics to enhance economic decision making and governance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you are in MBA or engineering stream?
I'm a
You're
BBA
from-
student, ma'am.
Huh?
I'm a BBA student.
Oh, very nice. Applause from my side for this attempt. Okay. So what is your learning from this paper? कि research क्या है? What is research according to you?
Ma'am, this paper is examining the integration of digital technologies and economic decision making to address long-standing challenges that the government is facing regarding the economic decision making on budgets, demonstrate practical benefits for policymakers, organizations, etc.
See, we are already analyzing data before we make decision. Now, the only convenience we have nowadays that we are integrating digital tools, है ना? Whether you can take an example of Myntra, right? Myntra सीधे when you are buying particular product, Myntra notices you, right? कि this particular product you are buying from, or फिर next time you start getting, that is possible only because of data analytics only. You are getting offers and everything related to that particular thing only. They are also doing research. They are also analyzing data. Okay. What you are going to contribute to the society through this research?
Ma'am, clear public accountability, clear records, data-driven insights.
No, what you are going to do to ensure this for the society? Your contribution. क्या करोगे तुम ऐसा कि जो whatever title is there, ठीक है, उससे related तुम क्या चीज लेके आओगे मार्केट में या सोसाइटी के लिए?
I'll focus on the new technology that is.
Otherwise ये तो पेपर में ही रह जाएगा बेटा, 6 स्लाइड में ही रह जाएगा.
I'll focus on the robust data technology. Mainly जो data privacy को और build करेगा.
Data privacy को और build करेगा.
Public trust gain करेगा.
And for that, what you are going to do?
Ma'am, further I'll go more deep into that.
Deep into that.
Yes.
Fine. ठीक है चलो. Thank you so much, Vatsal. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vatsal. Now we have Ram Bharat Amarnath Yadav, who has also joined us offline. And his topic is textile waste market, a pathway of substantial fashion. Over to you, Ram Bharat.
This presenter is, who is the presenter? Ram Bharat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Myself, Ram Bharat Yadav, from KES of College, Mumbai. I am here to say the research on the topic upcycle textile waste market. In a simple way, a pathway to sustainable fashion. Let me introduce it that globally, the fashion. Let me introduce it that the fashion industry is responsible for approximately 10% of global carbon emission and in the second largest consumer of water worldwide. Approximately 92 million tons of textile waste is generated annually. Let's come to objective that we can assess the current state, identify challenges and propose strategies that develop strategies to enhance the effectiveness and growth of upcycled textile waste market, including policy recommendation, industry practices, and consumer engagement approaches. The methodology for it that say that literature review, market analysis, and the secondary data that I had served this topic from Google and read some article which I have used as a reference. Suggestions. Seeing this research, there are some suggestions that I would like to say, like upcycling. Sorry, yeah. Upcycling in textile refers to the process of converting discarded or waste fabric into new, higher quality products or materials. Unlike recycling, when materials are broken down and reconstituted, upcycling retains the material's integrity, often enhancing its value through design innovation. The second, reducing the needs of virgin material. Diverting textile waste from landfill and incinerators, thus reducing environmental pollution. Transforming waste into high valuable product that opens a new market opportunity. Let's come like my main point, research outcome. New technology in textile sorting, processing and upcycling could lower cost and improve efficiency. For example, now newly AI-driven sorting machine can identify fabric based on color, texture and composition, streamlining the material recovery process. We can also have collaboration between fashion brands that will be more helpful. As consumer awareness grows, brands have an opportunity to differentiate themselves by offering transparent and eco-friendly upcycled products. The conclusion, the conclusion for the research is that the upcycled textile waste market represents an innovative and sustainable solution to the growing problem of textile waste in the fashion industry. By transforming discarded material into valuable product, upcycling reduces environmental impact, conserves resources and foster economic opportunity, etc. Government support, industry collaboration and consumer education will be a key to scaling up this market and realizing their full potential ultimately. Thank you.
No question from my side.
Thank you, because you are the beginner in research, right? So you presented a good idea, that's okay. But next time, whenever you are coming with some kind of finding, so please add some data into it, right? So that we can analyze that this is the outcome of some analysis, right? Okay, all the best.
Sir, I have had in reference paper. I thought it will go too long, so I will make it short.
Not a problem.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ram Bharat. Abhineet sir, if you are there.
Yes, I am here, ma'am.
कैसे हैं आप? बढ़िया?
Actually, many of the researchers are beginner, so they've just started their journey. So we need to give this liberty to them.
Fine, sir, fine. Okay. Next candidate, please.
The next we have Jigyasa Singh, and the topic is assessment of the impact of climate change and environmental degradation on healthcare expenditure in Rajasthan.
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, so my PPT, can you share it from your end?
Yes, ma'am, we are doing. Give us a 2 minutes.
PDF भेजा है। May I start?
Sure, ma'am.
Okay. So good afternoon to everyone. My name is Jigyasa Singh. I'm a research scholar working under Dr. Shakir Hussain Malik sir at MIT University, Rajasthan. My paper title is Assessment of the Impact of Climate Change and Environmental Degradation on Healthcare Expenditure in Rajasthan. As we move forward, the next slide is the table of contents. Now, what is environment? Can we move forward to the next slide? What is environment? Environment is everything that surrounds us. Okay, the air we breathe, water we drink, food we eat, everything. Now, why is that important to human health? Because recently what we have gone through, the pandemic, COVID-19, every one of us will be aware of the health. Health awareness is very important. We all know that health is wealth, health is who we are, and health is what defines. Because a healthy person will always be an asset for the country, because he or she will be contributing more to the economic growth and development as compared to the person who is living in an unhealthy environment or who is falling sick every now and then. Even WHO has also mentioned the importance of healthy environment, such as clean air, sustainable climate, everything else that contributes to the good health, which ultimately will lead to the economic growth, right? So there are environmental hazards such as water pollution, air pollution, extreme weathers that are affecting human health and well-being by affecting their physical, biological, and ecological system worldwide. Health effects can be seen such as respiratory, cardiovascular, infectious diseases, stress, mental health problems, which ultimately will result in more healthcare expenditure. Can we move to the next slide? So these are some of the literatures I used in my paper. So at the right of this slide, we can see that WHO has also mentioned health is a concept emphasizing 8 aspects, in which second number is the environmental. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is the research methodology in my paper. I have used NSS health surveys, 71st round that was conducted from January 2014 to June 2014, and 75th round that was conducted from July 2017 to June 2018. And Stata software was used to analyze the data. Descriptive analysis was conducted to know about the socio-economic profile of the patients in the Rajasthan and to know about the trends in the nature of ailment and healthcare expenditure in inpatient and outpatient households in Rajasthan. Can we move to the next slide, please? So these are my results and findings. So if we look at figure 1, we can see all the states having red color, highlighted in red color. These are the states that are most affected by pollution. The table 1 shows the socioeconomic profile of inpatient and outpatient household combined, plus rural and urban combined. Can we move to the next slide, please? So table 2 shows here the nature of ailment. We can see after the injury, we have infection at the second highest place that has increased to 18.95%, followed by cardiovascular, respiratory, skin. These are all affected by our surroundings, by our environmental factors. So the conclusion I have taken out is that transitioning to new renewable resources, proper waste disposal, and supporting environmental sustainable development practices and health policies can create a healthier environment. Also, one thing I found that in Rajasthan state, if we talk about Rajasthan state, there are very few to no studies, very little studies that have been conducted where we have linked environment with our healthcare expenditure, because health and environment, they are linked with each other. But in Rajasthan, we have found very limited studies, so which leaves us a further scope for conducting studies in this state. Can we move to the next slide, please? These are the references I have mentioned used in this PPT. So for a better tomorrow, we should make our environment better. Thank you.
Okay, Jigyasa, I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for sharing some creative slides. Now, your research title is Impact of Climate Change. So I would
Yes,
like to
sir.
know how you versus the climate change. What was the parameter and what was the methodology?
Basically, I have taken environmental hazards like pollution, like not proper sanitation, hygiene, how these are indirectly affecting our health via nature of ailment, types of diseases. So we have seen infection, respiratory, skin, these have the increasing trend from 2014 to 2018. We have seen increase, which indirectly somehow contribute to the environmental degradation. These are because of that.
Yes, sir. There must be a numerical assessment for the things like climate change. So there should be some number for some variables, that these variables are indicating climate change, and these are the numbers which indicates the change.
Okay, sir.
Do you have that number?
Sir, not in this PPT, but I have mentioned that in my paper.
Okay. And what about the assessment of impact? Like how you assess the impact?
Sir, I have assessed, sir, basically assessment, we can do it qualitative also and quantitative also. I have mentioned the qualitative aspect that we have seen increasing trend is in most of the diseases.
No, that's okay. But how you conclude that this is because of the climate change? There are many other factors which can influence.
Yes, sir. Sir, there are numerous factors that can affect that.
Have you
but
applied any statistics by controlling those factors?
No, sir, not in this slides PPT, but I have mentioned that in my paper.
So please tell us which technique you have used to assess the impact.
Sir, I have used types of diseases in which I have mentioned air pollution, how air pollution is affecting respiratory.
So my question is, like, air pollution is a separate variable and
Yes, sir.
diseases are another separate variable. Now, how you are linking these two? You must have applied some statistics on this data.
No, sir, no, sir. I have not directly linked it with that. I have indirectly linked it that because there are numerous factors that are affecting respiratory. Not only air pollution is responsible for that.
Okay, Jigar, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Jigyasa. Our next presenter is Krishna Goswami. And his topic is Household Medical Savings Pattern, Insights and Trends.
Presentation करना है, research paper करना है,
Mr. Krishna, Miss Krishna, sorry. She'll be presenting offline.
Next will be Gaurav Srivastava. Next, please.
What do you want to first to be presented?
Gaurav, am I audible? Gaurav, am I audible to you? Mr. Gaurav Srivastava, am I audible to you? Gaurav, am I audible to you? You can start. Please inform Gaurav that he's the next part.
I have to stay. From this one?
Just yes, please start.
Hello. Yes. Good afternoon, esteemed chairperson, professors, and all my distinguished audience present here. I am Krishna Goswami from KH College, currently pursuing MA in Business Economics. And my topic for today is Household Medical Savings Pattern Insights and Trends. The table of contents for today are introduction, research methodology, data analysis and interpretation, and conclusion and suggestion. Starting with the first, introduction. A quote comes to my mind by Anna Wilson, which says, "Looking after my health today gives me a better hope for tomorrow." Medical savings is keeping certain amount of funds aside from your income to come up to check to have routine checkups, regular routine checkups for any emergencies in the future and any potential unexpected costs in the future. This helps to give you a financial buffer wherein there is any unexpected cost that can occur in the future. Moving on with the research methodology. The research methodology that are going to be included are objectives, hypothesis, scope of study, limitation of the study, significance of the study, methodology, and data source. The objectives are to know the income levels, the impact of income levels on the medical savings, to understand the savings pattern on medical savings. Moving on with the hypothesis, the research question which comes up, that is, does higher household income positively impact savings for medical care? The null hypothesis, wherein there is no significant relationship between household income and savings pattern for medical care. And the alternate hypothesis, which says there is a significant positive relationship between household income and savings for medical care. The alternate hypothesis was accepted and the null hypothesis was rejected, as there was a significant positive relationship between household income and savings for medical care. Moving on with the scope of study, more study that can be done on this topic, including more variables like assessment of savings behavior, demographic and socioeconomic factors, insurance and coverage and effectiveness, coping strategies for medical emergencies, trends and patterns, impact of external factors, recommendations for improvement. The limitation of the study is the data availability and accuracy, scope of analysis, geographical limitations, as the study is only based in India currently, economic and policy changes. The significance of the study, this can be helpful for households, individuals, policymakers, government agencies, financial advisors, planners, healthcare providers, insurance companies, research and academicians, policy and economic analysts. Methodology and data source. I have taken primary and secondary data sources, and the sample size is 150 respondents. The sampling method was random, and the tool for collection of data was structured questionnaire. I've put in data analysis and interpretation. I've put in few figures. I think, sir, the presentation that I sent is not this actually. There are a few, it's fine, it's the same. There are a few mistakes that are there that are not The new, I had actually mailed it to you. Share. No, it's the same. There are only few things up and down. That's fine. I have included 4 figures in my presentation. The first one including the respondents' bifurcation, which is 47% male and 52% female, and the annual medical savings percentage of respondents, which are present here. And the next is the companies with healthcare insurance of the respondents, which companies they've taken up, which could be LIC, New India Insurance, HDFC, Aditya Birla, and awareness of government schemes that people have that are 50-50. A few people are aware of it and few are not. Coming up with a conclusion and suggestion, the conclusion comes up with the research of Indian household savings for medical present are a multi-dimensional picture of the economic dynamics surrounding healthcare expenditures. And the suggestions after the study would be a practical plan to make healthcare better, remind people to get regular checkups, making it easier to stay healthy, connecting insurance payments with these checkups, making it simpler and faster to get money back from insurance when required. Thank you to Amity University for this opportunity and the distinguished guests and the beautiful audience for your time and attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Krishna. Krishna, I have a couple of questions for you. Number one, like your title says, you are going to analyze the household medical savings and impact of this. No, there is no impact. Your analysis is just based on household medical saving pattern. So what is that pattern? What is your finding for this?
So I have, in my research article, I have mentioned that people have different ways of savings. There are people who have mutual funds, people who have taken insurance policies. There are people who've taken up.
That is investment pattern.
Yes.
You are talking about medical saving.
So people are insurance, medical insurance, basically. So that is savings for your future for unexpected costs that can occur in the future for any emergency. So I've taken patterns. So there are people who are saving it quarterly, people who are saving yearly, people who are not saving at all. There are people who are savings, are already having any parental, income that they have, or any other insurance policies that they have, or any other mutual fund that they've invested in.
Basically, you have analyzed the type of mode opted by Indians or residents for the medical policy.
No. So I have mentioned the patterns also, like how are they saving and why are they saving? Both are mentioned in the research article. I have mentioned only 4 of my graphs here.
And what is the demography of these 150 respondents? Like all are from your local area or these are from the entire?
All over India. So I have circulated it all over India through friends, through relatives. And this, the category was 18 plus majorly. 18 plus of the category, and above 18, I have received respondents from 55 also, from age group from 18 to above.
150 is a very small number if your universe is the entire country, right? Because I believe that in our country around 30-40 crores people are having insurance policy. So 150 is very small number, very small, 0.0001%.
Yes.
Right. So you won't be able to generalize something just based on 150 response. Second thing, you mentioned that you created one hypothesis.
Yes, sir.
Which test you have applied to test?
Chi-square test, sir, as there are 2 variables including.
Chi-square test is applicable only when we have categorical value. Your assessment was numerical.
There were a few.
Which were the variable which you have opted for chi-square test?
I have taken the income level. I've taken the income level and the savings for medical care.
Saving, the data of saving. The data of saving is again the type of policy you are mentioning, the mode of policy, quarterly, annually.
Yes.
Right? So it is a categorical variable and income is also categorical. So what is your finding? There is an association.
Yeah, I mentioned in my research article, sir, already.
Okay, so please share your final full paper with us, right?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Krishna. Our next presenter is Gaurav Srivastav. Sir, are you there?
Yes, yes, I am there. I will share my PPT. Okay. Just wait. This is visible?
Yes, sir,
Hello?
it is.
Okay.
Sir, is it visible for you?
Yes, can I start?
Yes, please start. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. My paper topic is evaluating accreditation system and parameter in higher education, a bibliometric approach in Indian and global context. This is the outline of my paper, and this is abstract. Accreditation of academic institution is crucial for maintaining high standard and global higher education. This research examine accreditation system in higher education, focusing on India global standards, challenging in India
Switch to full screen mode.
Okay. Okay, sir. This is the introduction. Accreditation system is essential for ensuring educational quality, promoting continuous improvement. Son, can I skip this? Then overview in India, NBA, NAC is and sorry, sir. NAC and NBA are the major accreditation bodies that assess and accredit higher education institution and program based on prescribed parameters. In US, regional and national accreditation agency conduct the accreditation process, which recognized by the Council for Higher Education Accreditation and US Department of Education. In UK, there is a system of quality assurance, which review carried out by a government appointed agency, the QAA, and external agencies. In Australia, TESCA is a national regulatory and quality assurance agency for higher education. In New Zealand, New Zealand Qualification Authority is responsible for ensuring the credibility and quality of qualification both nationally and internationally. This is the review literature I have already completed, and this is the objective to conduct a bibliometric analysis of academic publication on accreditation to identify the most influential studies, authors, journals, and countries contributing to the disclosures on accreditation, to compare Indian accreditation parameter practices with those of US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, particularly in terms of.
Sorry to
Yes.
disturb you, but your presentation has been stuck on abstract.
Sorry.
Your presentation has been stuck on abstract.
This is the abstract.
Could you please share your slides again?
Okay. This is the stop.
Yeah, your presentation has stopped.
Okay, just wait.
Yes.
This is visible?
Could you
Hello?
change the slide? I will just check once if it is working now. Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Visible, okay. This is the overview. This is the literature review. This is the objective. I already to confirm. The methodology, the bibliometric analysis on higher education accreditation highlights important insight of accreditation processes in selected countries. Common parameters include curriculum development, research output, student support, and teaching learning. The study utilizes a qualitative research approach consisting of the research design, sampling unit, questionnaire.
Gaurav,
Okay, sir. Yes.
Gaurav, need not to share full screen mode because your slides are not visible to us. Okay.
Okay.
Just use normal mode. Yeah.
Normal view. Okay, sir.
And start from methodology. Yes.
Sir, it is visible?
Yes, now it is visible.
Okay.
This mode only. Yeah.
Can I start methodology?
Yes.
So this is the methodology, research design, data collection, bibliometric data, then the sampling plan, data analysis, and result discussion. The parameters selected for bibliometric analysis, the accreditation organization have followed various parameters to evaluate the quality of higher education institution and granting the ranking and recognition. The following 4 common parameters were selected during the bibliometric analysis. result and discussion. During the study, about 22,118 research papers were found from the Scopus database on the selection of the year from 2018 to 24, in which the result shows that the most of the research was done on teaching learning in the context of the other parameter, that is about 50%. Similarly, very little research, about 8%, was done on the student support parameter. Hence, there is a scope for further study in these parameters. This is the number, and this is the graph. And the US is ranked first in curriculum development and student support based on the Scopus database, because the accreditation system in US is well established, while India has been ranked fourth in this. It is needs to focus and strengthen criteria curriculum development in line with the global standard. Based on the Scopus database, India has ranked first in research and teaching learning parameters. Can we show this in graph? Next is a total of 9,730 documents were found in Scopus database, which where it is studied that teaching learning has high H index than research output, curriculum development, and student support, because researchers have put maximum work in teaching learning. The number is 73 H index, which is higher than other parameters. And next, this is the graph. And according to the Scopus database, 77% published articles are research papers, and 9.22 are book chapter, and 13.88 are conference papers. This is the average. And this is the graph. And conclusion, accreditation of higher education institution is important to ensure quality and competitiveness in global education landscape. Accreditation affects quality, reputation, and student outcome. India has made progress in its accreditation framework, but challenges still remains. The study examines system from the US, UK, Australia, and New Zealand to enhance India's processes. The aim of this study is to improve India's system to global standard, uses bibliometric analysis. The insight will guide policy makers, institutions, and researchers to strengthen quality assurance. India aims to transform into a knowledge superpower through the National Education Policy 2020, which will focus on access, equity, quality, and technology integration in higher education. These reforms will benefit the education system in the long run. Recommendation to improve accreditation system. It is recommended that institutions adopt best practices from global framework, engage stakeholders in the accreditation process, and focus on continuous improvement. Policymakers should also consider reform that enhance the transparency and effectiveness of accreditation processes, ultimately contributing to the advancement of higher education quality. This is the references. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Gaurav. I analyzed that this was just a bibliometric analysis for a particular theme.
Yes,
Gaurav,
sir.
I have just suggestions for you. Like one is, please add some new research gaps at the end of
Okay, sir.
analysis, because ultimately bibliometric analysis provides this only for the future scholars, right? Based on
Okay, sir.
analysis, provide some new themes or areas in which there is very less research related to your particular parameter. Okay, second
Okay,
point,
sir.
I think there is no need of recommendation because you are still in
Okay.
process of analyzing a theme, right? So you won't be able to recommend something. Recommendation must be based on some data analysis.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Right? Because there is no statistics involved. There is no tool involved, any advanced tool, right? So recommendation will not work.
Okay, sir. I have noted your point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So Ishan, are you there? Ishan Bharadwaj?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Sir, can I leave?
Yes, please, Gaurav.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So Ishan, you would like to share your screen or we share your presentation?
I would request that if it can be done from your end, that would be
Yes,
great.
it is possible. It is possible. Just give us a minute. So this is the last presentation for technical session 2. We'll continue our third session post lunch. So in third session, first of all, we'll start from a keynote speaker address at sharp 2. So I request all to join online at 2 p.m. through the link which we have provided. Hello, Ishan, is it visible to you?
Yes, it's visible to me.
Yeah, so you can start your presentation.
Thank you so much.
And please
Good
switch on your
afternoon.
camera.
Sorry?
Switch on your camera as well.
Yeah, sure, sure. Good afternoon to the co-chair, chair, and all my fellow presentees here. My name is Ishan Bhardwaj, and I am sharing my research today in this conference, that is the impact of COVID-19 on the financial performances of the small finance banks in India. And it is a camel model approach. Next slide, please. So there'll be four major areas that we'll be covering in this presentation. That is the research outline, the methodology, the results, and then the discussion and the conclusion. So moving on to the research outline in the next slide. The problem that I identified for conducting this research was that there was a severe impact of COVID-19 on everyone's lives, and it also had a application on the way we managed our finances during that time of crisis. So what I wanted to understand is that uh, the section of the society which was on the economically weaker side, how are they able to use their finances, and then what was the impact of the financial cycle on the small finance banks. The objective, however, was that we understand the financial performance of the small finance banks over using the camel model approach, and then to also rank the SFBs in a way that it shows that on their performance, what was their ranking out of all of the SFBs that were selected. A lot of research was done prior to starting this. A lot of papers were reviewed, and what was highlighted is that the amount of research conducted on SFBs was limited. Reason being that the concept of SFBs in India has started recently in the last decade. So not much research has been done. And also that the impact of COVID-19 was not a concern that that was highlighted very well in the recent researches targeted around SFBs. Next, we'll move on to the methodology. So the research design around this was that I use a camel model. So camel model is basically an acronym which is used for capital adequacy, asset quality, management quality, earning strength, and liquidity positions. And these are basically 5 pillars around which we assess that what is the financial performance of financial institutions, not particularly banks, but every financial institution can have its research done with the application of camel. And then the research approach, as I said in the title, we wanted to analyze the impact of COVID-19. So the research was broken down into 3 segments, that is 2 years of pre-COVID, 2 years during COVID, and then 2 years post-COVID. That is ranging between 2018 to 2023. And then the sample size included 11 small finance banks. Now, I mentioned 11 because I did not include Unity Small Finance Bank, reason being that its incorporation was very close to the research time period that I had taken into consideration. And then also I need to highlight that this research was conducted when FinCare Small Finance Bank had not merged with AU Small Finance Bank. Next slide, please. The research design, the camel model which I used, I broke that each metric into further analysis ratios, as highlighted in front of you. We had capital adequacy ratio for capital adequacy. We used the performance of of advances and the assets to understand the asset quality. We also had a understanding of the management based on how many advances it was giving in comparison to the assets it had. For earning strength, we checked the spread ratio of the small finance banks along with the operating profit margin. And for the liquidity position, we followed the basic ratios such as current asset ratio and cash ratio. Next slide, please. So moving on to the results based on the research that was conducted. On the results, you will see that these are the top performers for each of the 3 segments that were assessed. So for pre-COVID era, you will see that in the light magenta bars, you have FinCare ranking as 1, Capital SFB as 2nd, and Northeast Finance Bank, Small Finance Bank as 3rd. Now, the way to read this graph is not from the highest chart, the highest bar being the best, but rather from, thank you, rather than actually seeing that, please go back to the first slide, please, the previous graph. Yeah, thank you. So over in this graph, 1, 2, and 3 basically define the pole positions of rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. In COVID, the purple bar, you will see that FinCare continues to maintain the pole position, followed by Ujjivan's SFB and Utkarsh SFB. The reasons for these were that FinCare had a very strong asset quality and management quality, which helped it maintain a good position in the camel metrics for the first 2 segments. Whereas when you move to post-COVID, you can see that Utkarsh SFB came as ranking first. Reason being that during the first 2 segments, it did not have a very strong performance. But however, during COVID and post-COVID, it managed to leverage the environment in such a way that its asset quality improved a lot and causing it to have a pole position in the post-COVID era. Moving on to the next graph, which we have, we over here have analyzed that the full assessment period, meaning that from 2018 till 2023, each bank has been ranked where highlights have been made on the banks which were the best performers and which did not perform well in comparison to all of the 11. So there are 3 areas which you can highlight over here. The first is the group average, which is the light pink bars. Group average means that the each rank banks had in each of the years, they have been averaged for the duration of 6 years, and then it has been shown in the graph. The green highlighted bars are basically the positions of first, second, and third, this being FinCare SFB, Ujjivan SFB, and Utkarsh SFB respectively. And then the ones which performed not as per the, I would say, in a very low manner in comparison to others were Shivalik being the bottommost, followed by Jana and then Equitas. Now, the reason why we have understood that why banks are performing well, but we also need to understand that why the 3 banks, Shivalik, Jana, and Equitas, did not perform well. And the reason for that is that Equitas and Jana SFB were recently incorporated, they were given the tag of SFB by RBI during the years of 2016 and 2018, whereas Shivalik SFB did not have a very good operations quality, which had an impact on its earning strength, asset quality, and management quality. And these are the reasons which pertain to why the banks have ranked below to others. Moving on to the next slide. Now we'll go to the findings and the conclusions. The findings of this research was that FinCare SFB came out on top, being the best performing bank in throughout the 6 years. Reason being that pre-COVID, it had a very strong asset quality. And then during COVID, it had a good capital adequacy ratio along with the earning strength, which proved that it had the ability to earn well. I'm sorry. Okay. And then the banks which were struggling the most were Jana and Shivalik, and the reasons were highlighted in the previous graph. Now, the strongest metric which came out on top was that capital adequacy was one metric where a large proportion of the sample size performed well, meaning that out of all the 11 banks, a majority of banks had a very good capital adequacy ratio, which proves a good point for the small finance industry of India. However, the earning quality was not as well in comparison to the other metrics, reason being that SFBs are not being targeted largely by the greater audience for their accounts. And that is something which is yet to come into the trend, and it's starting to come to the trend now. But during the course of this research, the years taken into consideration, it was highlighted that earnings quality was the weakest metric. Now, the scope and the applications of this study, which can be leveraged by other users and fellow scholars, are that the analysis itself can be improved by including much more ratios in the metrics. of the camel model, and also it can be used for using in a way that these banks are now being entered into the stock market as well. For someone who's assessing the stock market and needs to understand how to analyze stocks, there are two ways: fundamental and technical. So technical is where you analyze the patterns and charts, but you also need to understand the fundamental. And camel ratios is an overview, or you can say a simplified version of the fundamental analysis, which one can apply to determine which stocks to highlight, which stocks to understand and look for in trends. And with that, I would conclude my presentation, and I would thank everyone for their time.
Ishan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Ishan, just tell me, what is the financial implication of this study?
Sorry, sir.
What is the financial implication of this study, or otherwise I could say that what is the means how it is going to have the impact on the long term? Because
So the impact it can have on long term is that when the analysis is used, it can be used in a way that not everyone is able to do a full financial analysis. It's not everyone is aware how to do it. And the the way I started my presentation was that the economic weaker section of the society, which is a bigger target audience for SFBs, they are dependent on loans for various reasons. And this conference is about conventions of green technology and entrepreneurship. So the entrepreneurs that are coming out of the EWS section, they need loans. And for them to understand which bank to choose in an SFB, which bank to use for its loan, this camel model can help them to understand that, because everyone right now, the way they use to identify loans, they use the front end basis. That is, they see how simple it is to get the loan, the duration of the loan, the interest rates. But we also need to understand that if you need to extract the full potential of a loan, you need to understand that is the bank, how the bank is performing, and the loan it will give to you. Because then that is how you'll be able to identify which bank to use for a loan rather than which loan to choose.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ishan, I have a suggestion for you. Like you have done a wonderful analysis. You need to improve one slide for research methodology so that
Okay, sir.
everyone can understand how you have collected data, for how many years you have collected data, what was the source, and what statistical techniques you have applied to draw these conclusions, right?
Yes, sir, definitely. I'll make sure that those slides are also incorporated next time I present.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ishan. Before we adjourn, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the presenters, session chair, Dr. Madhubala Kaushik, and Dr. Abhineet Saxena, and participants for making this conference a success. Your contributions are vital to advancing knowledge and practices in sustainable business and management. Thank you all for your dedication and participation. Have a wonderful day ahead. Our next session will begin at 2 o'clock in the auditorium. Thank you. The host is requested to end the meeting, please.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you so much for your participation. I know this was the first experience.
Good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of Amity University, Rajasthan, I welcome and greet all the faculty members, participants and students present in this session. I especially welcome Madam Syantani Jaffa, Additional Deputy C and AG and Director General, ICED Jaipur, who took time out from her busy schedule and agreed to give the keynote address in this session of the conference. Madam Syantani Gupta Jaffa is a civil servant for several decades with experience in governance and accountability issues at both a national and international level. Currently, she is Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General in rank of Secretary to the Government of India. She has over 33 plus years of cross-functional experience with a continuous exposure to governance system and institutions in multi-pronged capacities, including stints with the United Nations Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo, where she has worked in the post-conflict health and social welfare startup system, strategic planning and monitoring. Her most recent assignment has a helm the International Center for Sustainable Development and Environment Audit, and to set up the Center for Blue Economy at Jaipur as a part of its institutional paradigm. An unique institution, ICED, has been at the forefront of pioneering capacity building and research, including in acting as a global training facility of International Organization of Supreme Audit Institution in its Environment Audit and Extractive Industries Governance Working Group. She has represented India at its most recent conference in Finland in January 24 to highlight the crucial issues facing the Global South, in particular in the realm of environmental concerns and climate change. Ms. Jaffa is also a writer on gender and development issues, travel, and short fiction to leading Indian newspapers and academic journals. Her books, Uncertain Identities, Craftwork, Women and Patriarchy in a Village of Eastern Uttar Pradesh, has been critically acclaimed for its insight into home-based work in conservative rural societies, where her memoir, Tutti Frutti on Park Street, Vignette from a Calcutta Childhood, has been popular for its look at Calcutta's bygone eras. An Ishan scholar and topper of the Presidency College, Calcutta, in the entire arts stream in 1988 and 89, Felix Scholar in Development Studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, Ms. Jaffa has also been an alumnus of Wharton Business School, University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Madam, once again, I welcome you and invite you for the keynote address. Thank you very much.
Ms. Syantani?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. So sorry for that. I thank Amity University for very kind introduction and also for giving me an opportunity to speak to all of you. I have to compliment you for organizing a very, very topical and a very contemporary seminar on transforming business and management for sustainable development. All of you would be very familiar by now with most of the issues which are involved. But I know that this is a post-lunch session, so I'd just like to share some brief thoughts with you on the topic. And I have contributed a detailed write-up for your journal. So if at the end of what I have to say, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them. So very briefly, at no point in its recent civilizational history has planet Earth and its peoples been confronted with a crisis of climate change processes arising largely from anthropogenic reasons, combined with structural and spatio-temporal patterns and cycles of change, ranging from the flow of oceanic currents to tectonic shifts in the Earth's surface core, to the increasing velocity of harmful emissions and ocean acidification. Mahatma Gandhi had said long ago words which hold renewed potency and importance today. Earth provides enough to satisfy every person's needs, but not enough for every person's greed. While economic growth and development are vital for all nations, over the last few decades, there has been a growing global awareness about ensuring a safe future for the next generations in the years to come. Every summer, we see startling changes in climate patterns, floods, extreme heat, waves, forest fires, and unnatural weather in temperature zones of all hemispheres, including the temperate northern hemisphere. In our parts of the globe, we see increasing instances of flash floods, urban deluges, heavy rainfall, desertification, earthquakes, natural disasters. We also have been seeing a loss of forest cover and biodiversity, deterioration of waste management, with plastic pollution in particular increasing pressures on municipal infrastructure, rise in air and water pollution from contaminants, and a concomitant rise in diseases. So, sustainable growth and consumption is the need of the hour. And to ensure this, we need sustainable business and industrial development. Especially in countries of the global south, like India, which have suffered the impact of imperialism and economic deprivation, where we need to improve per capita income and livelihood generation for those who are at the lower end of the economic scale, the trajectory must be of balance with environmental concerns. So that is what I would think is the first takeaway to your session on sustainable business, that you have to find a balance between economic development and the concerns of the environment. The other point I would like to make is that there are already a number of processes which are there, which businesses and industry can make use of in order to improve their environmental scorecards. These include environmental impact assessments, usage of clean energy and fuels, decarbonization of production processes, creating positive externalities for ethical and sustainable business practices, etc. In particular, I would like to highlight that in the recent times, in India in particular, we have made great strides in the green hydrogen, which is one of the cleanest forms of energy available. And that is something which business and industry can further stimulate in order to take clean development further forward. We, of course, need a synergy and approaches and a continuity in policies for sustainable and clean economic development between all stakeholders. We also need to have a dialogue and to evolve a consensus, because there may not be a unity in objective at the very outset, but we have to listen to each other and we have to work out a way in which we can evolve a joint path forward. Thus, a concerted and energetic response to the challenges of climate change and global warming, while maintaining an incentive for economic progress and growth, is what one would suggest. I would also like to highlight that in business and industry, it should also be a 360 degrees approach, which means that especially you can show the way with clean building techniques, with environment friendly building practices. You practice what you preach. So the first step in sustainable business and industry would be that charity begins at home, and you start by ensuring that your places of work and operation are also environmentally sustainable, in that you do not upset and degrade the environment while setting up your businesses. I would also like to say that there is a lot of literature which is available in the public domain, which any of you would like to refer to. As was kindly referred to, I have recently been associated with the setting up of a Center for Blue Economy, where we are specializing in the study of the blue economy, which, as many of you would be aware, is something to do with the marine sector and the marine economy. So there is again a great opportunity for sustainable business and industry in the area of the blue economy, which means sustainable shipping, sustainable deep sea mining, sustainable marine agriculture, sustainable practices to curb plastic pollution, also to find ways of dealing with ocean acidification, to maintain the sanctity of our oceans, sustainable fishing, etc., etc. So I could go on and on and on, but I would very much welcome if any of you have any questions to ask. And with this, I again congratulate Amity University for organizing this excellent conference. I'm sure it will go a long way in strengthening and augmenting the quest for a better and greener planet, Earth, by mainstreaming environmental concerns and ideating on trajectories for a bold and conviction-laden developmental process. I thank all of you for giving me the kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. If anybody has any questions, ma'am, open for the questions. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving your valuable time here. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible to you? Is she connected?
I believe she left the meeting. Thank you so much for everyone for being here. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Dipali Bhatnagar, ma'am, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Prerna. At the onset, I would like to really thank Jaffa ma'am for giving such an insightful and meaningful deliberation. I think it is something which is very thought-provoking, especially when she mentioned that in blue ocean, in marine area, we have a lot of opportunities in terms of sustainability business, right? So as VC sir also said in the morning, you can take these things you can note them down and you can build in opportunities over there. You can grab these opportunities. So try to take some inputs out of it. And I'm also thankful to all of you for joining us back right on time after lunch. Many of you didn't even had your lunch. I got to know about that and I'm really feeling bad about it. So I won't take much of your time. Thank you so much for being such a patient audience and joining us for this session. And thank you, Mani ma'am. Thank you so much for that keynote address. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you all the faculty members.
Thank you so much, Tapali ma'am. Thank you all the faculty and students for being present over here. Students can leave if they want to leave. The student. Participants and the volunteers are requested to stay back here. Till 2:45 at 2:30.
All the participants.
I request all the participants to be ready within 15 minutes. We'll start by 2:55 sharp. And also, if you haven't sent your presentation yet, do send your presentation and you'll have to, or you can share it by on your own end. So you can share it by your own. 2:55 is the time. Also, I would like to tell you the sequence. Firstly, we have Dr. Pooja Sharma. Then we have Miss Saraswati Kumari. Third, we have Jaya Chauhan. And then we have Anamita Biswas. Next, we have Gaurav Maheshwari. Then Achal Oswal Jain. Then we have Jigyasa Singh. After that, we'll have Umair Farooq Para. Then we'll have Saraswati Kumari. Then we'll have Sumit Kumar Sonu. Thank you. This is the sequence. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome all the participants. I would now like to introduce the esteemed session chair for this session, who will guide us through the forthcoming presentations, Dr. Rashmi Sharma from JECRC University, Jaipur. She is having a total of 18 plus years experience. She has various research paper published in field of finance and marketing. She is a PhD in management, UGC NET qualified, and MBA finance and marketing. She's working as admission strategist and coordinator, learning and development cell, JECRC University. She's also associate professor in Jaipur School of Business, JECRC University. Dr. Sharma is a specialist in business intelligence and data warehouse, Hanover, Lower Saxony, German. We're delighted to have you, ma'am, here. I also now like to take the privilege to introduce session co-chair, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Assistant Professor at Amity University, Rajasthan. We welcome you, sir. We are grateful to have such esteemed dignitaries with us today and look forward to their guidance throughout the session. Now, we would like to proceed with the paper presentations where researchers will share their innovative approaches to sustainable businesses and management. Before we begin, please adhere to the following guidelines. Kindly ensure that everyone's phone is on the silent mode. Each presentation will be allotted 10 minutes. A buzzer will signal the 8-minute mark and another the 10-minute mark. Evaluation criteria are as follows: 10 marks for content, 10 marks for presentation, 10 marks for question and answers, and 10 marks for overall impact, totaling 40 marks. Participants will be judged on the methodology used, implications of findings, relevance of the topic, type of analysis applied. At the valedictory ceremony, we will present the Best Research Paper Award, so please give your best. Now, let us begin with the first presenter. Ma'am? Are you there, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm available here only. Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am. So our first presenter is Dr. Pooja Sharma, whose topic is efficiency of sugar futures market in India. Ms. Pooja, should we present your presentation or you will be presenting it? Okay. Ms. I would like to call upon the next participant, Ms. Saraswati Kumari. Saraswati, are you there? Can you hear us? Ms. Saraswati, are you there? I also request all the participants to please switch on their camera. Yes, Saraswati is trying to speak, Ms. Saraswati. Saraswati, you can unmute yourself so that we can hear you. So third, we have Ms. Jaya Chauhan, whose topic is e-waste management system in India, embracing repair principle for a sustainable future. She hasn't joined yet. She also had. Okay, we'll go with Anamita. Miss Anamita, are you there?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good
So,
afternoon.
I'd like to start our presentation with you today.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. So I would just share my presentation. Is it visible?
Ma'am, it's
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay,
It's
okay.
visible.
Okay. Actually, I was unable to hear you properly. The problem with the network is always there. So, very good afternoon, ma'am, and all the dignitaries present out here, and on my fellow colleagues and everyone. So, my topic is unpacking consumer willingness for sustainability, consumer willingness to pay for sustainability, key factors influencing purchase decisions. So the main author is myself, Anamita Biswas, research scholar with Amity University, Kolkata, and I am the assistant professor with NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata. I've written this paper along with my co-guide, Dr. Nibir Khosh, assistant professor, Amity Business School, Kolkata. Right. So before I start off with the sustainability, I would just like to speak something about that rather than just going into the PPT. So sustainability has nowadays become a central concern in consumer purchasing decision as more people become aware of the environment and social impact that is have on the consumption choices. So the major factors which drive the sustainability nowadays in today's market is environmental awareness and education. People are much more educated and concerned and getting much more into the organic products, right? And perceived product quality is one of the major factor which drives the sustainability and the consumer willingness to pay for it. Price sensitivity anyway remains the most important factor because people need to know about their pocket size. Even if whatever good product is coming into the market, they should be having that ability to pay for the same, right? Then the brand trust and transparency is always there. Which brand you are producing, and basically myself from the hospitality and any other tourism and hospitality market is totally dependent on the brand positioning. Social influence and peer behavior anyway, again, one of the most important factor, convenience and availability, emotional connection, and ethical commitment. Demographics, again, the young consumers, particularly the new generation now is ready to pay for sustainability products rather than the older generations, right? Urban, educated, and higher income consumers are anyway tending to exhibit a high willingness to pay for the sustainable products, and government policies and incentives is anyway there. So my topic, my study explores the factors influencing consumer willingness to pay for sustainable products. So this is how it is. And literature review, there have been many work which has been done previously with the sustainability work, but now my study would, so I'm not going through the literature review anymore. It is already mentioned, the work which has been done previously all over these years from 1992, 2006, 2005, right? So my objective is to explore factors influencing willingness to pay. It investigates the factors such as environmental awareness, perceived quality, social influence, ethical considerations, which impact consumer willingness to pay for a premium for the sustainable products. Second is to analyze the role of personal values in sustainable consumption, how personal values and beliefs impact them to pay a higher rate. Then to assess the impact of social influence and peer behavior, again, remains one of the most important factors because peer behavior, anyway, we are much more influenced with our, what do the word of mouth and how does the positive influence impacts us. And then last but not the least, it identifies the barriers to the willingness of pay, why still it is not being so prominent in the industry now. So the methodology part is it's a qualitative research designed to explore the factors influencing consumer willingness to pay. So that data connection, and go into that sample connection, the participants which I have thought a diverse group of consumers were selected through purposive sampling, focusing on those with an interest or experience in sustainable products. The sample size was 20 to 30 participants were interviewed until that data saturation was achieved when no new insights were emerging. Then the demographic diversity, the sample included participants with varying age, income, education, and cultural backgrounds to reflect diverse perspectives. Now we move on to the data connection method. There was an in-depth to pay for the sustainable products. Then the focus group was done. Group discussion with 6 to 8 participants were also conducted to capture peer influences and group dynamics in consumer behavior. Then I move on to the data analysis part. The data analysis in this study followed a structured approach through thematic analysis. As it is a qualitative paper, thematic analysis remains the most important factor with it. The process involves several stages to ensure thorough examination of the interviews and focus group discussions. First is the transcription. All audio recorded interviews and focus group sessions were transcribed verbatim for detailed analysis. Now the thematic analysis comes into the picture where there are few codings which has been done. Familiarization, the researcher thoroughly read and reread the transcripts to become deeply immersed in the data. Coding initial codes were generated to highlight significant and relevant data features. Then we move on to the theme development. The codes were grouped into potential themes, which were then reviewed for consistency with the data. Then refinement, the themes were further refined and named to ensure that they were clear, coherent, and reflective of the data, picture of the data which we have gathered. Interpretation, finally, the themes were interpreted in light of the research questions and relevant literature to draw meaningful insights about factors influencing willingness to pay for sustainable products. So after doing all this study which has been done prior, and again moving on to few of the data which we have connected, the findings which we have thought of, is the detailed analysis identified key themes influencing customer willingness to pay for sustainable products. The themes included the environment awareness and personal values, the number one concept which has influenced the sustainability to pay, where participants with strong environment values were more willing to pay a premium, because not the entire crowd of ours is environmentally driven, like the green environment or environment friendly. Even now, most of the people of India is not, environment awareness is not there. So they are slowly and steadily, we are moving into this way where we are promoting the sustainable products. Perceived quality and long-term benefits such as product durability also motivated consumers. So this is upcoming, it was previously also there, but this is getting more prominent nowadays, right? Because it is motivating the young people and even the old generation and the middle-aged people to go and buy products which are having this sustainable products, right? Social influence and peer behavior played a significant role, and did ethical considerations and brand trust. Obviously, if there is no brand trust, there is no customer satisfaction, hence customer loyalty would not turn up. With participants preferably ethically aligned brands. So nowadays, people are much more brand conscious, and even the brands which previously never used to think of sustainable products are now thinking of doing it. However, barriers like price sensitivity and lack of awareness hindered willingness to pay. So there is a lot of monetary issues which is there, right? And people are not too much aware. So we need to make the crowd aware about the sustainable products and why they should pay for the same. This is most important. The value for money is very important. Why are we going to opt for the sustainable buying? Recommendations include raising environment awareness, highlighting product benefit. The product benefit has to be known to everyone, leveraging social proof, promoting ethical practices, and we need to target the demographic segments. So it has both academic and industry contribution. So this study deepens the understanding of consumer behavior regarding willingness to pay for sustainable products. Filling up the literature reviews, which we had literature review which has been done prior, there has been a few gaps which has been found, which we are trying to enhance with the upcoming times, which can contribute towards a good future research, which can be taken forward. Industry contribution, the findings offer practical insights for businesses, guiding strategic marketing to align with consumer values. So we need to show them what value are they going to get, aiding sustainable product development and enhancing brand positioning by emphasizing sustainability and corporate social responsibility. CSR is on the boom nowadays. So everyone who is doing CSR is most welcome. So this has been my study, qualitative study, which has been done on the sustainable products with the factors which basically influence nowadays why the people should be going and buying the sustainable products. So any questions from the team?
Yeah. Hello, Anamita. Am I audible to you?
Hello.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, though the topic is really very good, only thing from my side is that what do you recommend to the industry? That what will help them to increase the adaptability on the basis of economic constraint of the consumer for the sustainable products?
So I would suggest the industry nowadays, we need to promote it gradually. In the one go, it will not happen, ma'am, because people are not that much aware. But slowly and steadily, if we incorporate this as a mandate with every industry from the hospitality sector and tourism sector, so gradually the awareness would increase and people would tend to, because the people who are there with the hospitality, they anyway have the ability, they can pay, ma'am. They have the ability to go ahead and pay for the sustainable products. So this is a small thing which we can start off slowly and gradually. We cannot think that in one go it would be doing a good business, but again, we should go ahead with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much,
Anamika.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice speaking to you, and thank you for providing us with this wonderful platform. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Waste management system in India, embracing repair principle for a sustainable future. Ms. Jaya, are you there?
Anamika, please stop sharing your screen.
Give me 1 minute. I'm unable to do it. 1 minute. Is it okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Prerna. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I will share my screen now. So please let me know if it is visible. Is it good to go? Is the screen visible, Prerna?
Yes, it's visible. Please.
Okay. So, a very good afternoon, everyone present over here. It's absolutely been a pleasure to be back to present my paper on a platform where I completed my college and undergrad and master's from. So, Amity University has played a very crucial role in my career, and currently I'm working with EY as a tax analyst. So, thank you so much, Ashutosh sir, for giving me this opportunity. So this paper which I am going to present today is what I, along with my colleague Kajal Verma and Ashutosh sir, we have been working on this since the last year. Somewhere around October, we started working on this, and then we recognized that there is a sector in India, not in India, around the world, that often goes unnoticed, and that is the sector of e-waste, or probably to be very specific, it is e-waste management system. So then we thought of that, why not just study it and everyone know about this problem or about this area, so that some of the light it area should it needs some of the light, so that everyone can focus on it and we can come with a sustainable solution. So then we started working on e-waste management system in India by embracing repair principle for a sustainable future. So we have tried to work on the R's of the industry of the waste management system. Basically, the repair are is the most important for our what we have researched on. So while we were researching, we came to know a lot of definition of what is sustainable brand. So then we understood it in our own terms, and we came to know that a brand is basically which does not only solve the problems, but it is a part of every individual's or everyone's personal life, in which they share their own lifestyle. Also, sustainability is a balance between the economic, social, and environmental, these three factors. And it is just not about being in a community of discussion, because there is a very famous saying which says that no person or company is an island, and not and everything is interconnected. So it is not that you are alone or everything is just not for you only. It is all interconnected and it is all interlinked, so you also play a very crucial role to serve your environment. So then let's look at some of the statistics of e-waste. Uh, for you, actually, I would like to shed some light on the e-waste generated and then collected in the various regions. Like on the left, you can see Europe, Oceania, Americas, Asia, and Africa. So Europe plays a vital role in the generation of e-waste as well as in the collection of e-waste. But still, I would just like to mention that whatever the figures have been mentioned, these are for the year of 2024, and these are the reported figure. 80% of the figures are not even reported. So just imagine the amount of e-waste we have, the burden of this e-waste we have on our earth and on our world. The right hand side picture, you can see it is a pie chart which shows that e-waste consists of various things, and that includes some printed circuit boards, cables, metals, pollutants, plastic, and etc. So this laptop I'm presenting my paper on is also an e-waste. The mobile phone we use, everything is e-waste. But yeah, so this is let's come to I was talking about a global perspective. Let's come to the Indian one. So from the pie chart, you can see that Maharashtra, it has 19.8 percentage of e-waste generated. So it is the most largest state which generates the most largest of the e-waste. And do you know that how much e-waste is generated in India every year? Like, if I'll ask you to give any guess, if probably if you could answer it, otherwise I'll just let you know that it is 2 million tons plus e-waste, and it is the figure which was somewhere around April or June. So this figure, it is keeping on increasing and increases. There is not a single full stop or nothing. So this figure is just going on and on, and the growth rate of e-waste in India is also gradually increasing. But the problem is that the collection rate is only 33%, and that too of only the amount that has been reported. That's where we come to show our objective, is that we wanted to study that if we are generating a lot of this e-waste, and if only this much of the e-waste is the rate of the collection of the e-waste, then how are we going to report the rest of it, or where does it go, and how do we manage its management system or e-waste management system? So then we came to know that there is only 32.9% recycling rate of this 33% of the collected e-waste. That means, how should I just even quote it? 90% of the e-waste is just not, it is not even recycled, which is, I'm talking about the collected amount. Then these are the common types of e-waste, like I mentioned in the pie chart below before. So this includes IT equipments, tools, monitoring and control instruments, medical devices also, like hospitals and everything, automatic dispensers, and a lot more things. Thus, if our problem statement was that if only 33% of the reported e-waste is recycled, then where does the 67% remains unprocessed, and where does it go? The problem lies with the electronic companies not taking any preventive action or responsibilities to recycle the e-waste generated at their end. Well, there could be a sustainable approach. Yes, of course there could be a sustainable approach, but why would electronic companies are not following a sustainable approach is what our question was. So then we, to answer this question, we understood the concept of circular economy that companies can follow in order to have a sustainable approach. So I would just like you to explain about the concept of circular economy. Before it, you need to understand what is linear economy. So linear economy is basically, you take from the environment, you make it, and then you use it, and then it goes to the waste. Like you are giving nothing to the environment back. But in circular economy, it is like you're taking from the environment, you're making your product, you're using it, and then you're giving back to your environment or to your surroundings in the form of repairing, reforming, recycling, recovering, and retaining. So that's how you can give back to your nature. The resources that you're taking from your nature, you can give back in the form of all these R's. especially the repair one in the e-waste concept. So these were the strategic actions which were taken by the government bodies or the concerned bodies, basically in India. The e-waste management system rule of 2016, it was implied in India, but as usual, it is not very popular and it does not even pay attention to the e-waste collection method. It only reports that the generation of e-waste. Then there is a conventional disposal in landfills also, like what people are doing, they to manage their e-waste, they just dispose it in the landfills, and then what does it do? It does not get evolved in the earth. It's end up creating a different layer into the earth, and it ends up creating a problem to the environment again. So this is also is not a sustainable approach. Then the third approach is essential tools and regulation in managing e-waste problems, like life cycle assessment. Like for example, if I have purchased a laptop, and a continuous life cycle assessment means like a continuous assessment of how the laptop is working is being done. But again, what does it is going to give to the environment? Like how is a sustainable approach? So this is the problem, that companies are following all these strategic actions, but they fail to provide a sustainable approach. They fail to cover the cost. Because they have to spend a lot to follow a sustainable approach. So of course they are doing these all the strategies, but again they are failing for a sustainable approach. And the last is that approaches of circular economy and linear economy. So our question was that are they efficient enough to provide a holistic solution, which is no. Is the problem of e-waste management even getting attention? Again no, because it does not, people don't even recognize it, and we end up purchasing another mobile phone after, like, a mobile phone that we just purchased few months back. Third is, do companies are not able to manage the e-waste generated at their end? While there could be a sustainable approach, we couldn't come across a single company who is doing this thing that they can manage the e-waste generated. Then we came with a solution, that why replace and why not repair? Because if I am replacing my mobile phone, which I have just purchased few months back, why can I not repair it? And why do companies don't install those features into their mobile phones or their electronic products, which can help the product to repair again and again? So it will help the environment to stop generating less and less of e-waste, while it is sustainable cost and approach. So repairing electronic devices instead of replacing them offers numerous benefits, because it is beyond waste reduction and environmental conservation. Also, it underscores the significance of considering the entire product life cycle in our consumption patterns. So
Jaya,
when these, yeah.
ma'am, actually we have shortage of time, so I request you to conclude.
Yeah, I just it's just the end of the presentation. Thank you so for letting me know. So if these devices are repaired, their useful life is extended, and that's how we can control the e-waste generation. And this is how we are encouraging innovation in repair technologies and techniques that ends up creating more job opportunities as well. So our suggestion with this paper was to implementing sustainability initially from their product life cycle stages by the end of the electronic companies, to have a formal and informal technique, because in the picture you can see that people are disposing e-waste in a very informal manner, while there could be a formal approach, which is not even in India till now, but it is in other African and American countries. The third is positioning repair. Fourth is employment generation, and fifth is responsible production and consumption. Because at the end, as I said, that we are not single-handedly on this world. Everything is interconnected. So we also plays a very important part to be up to help in e-waste management system. Thus, it is very important for us to be responsible for our production and our consumption. So that is how I would like to conclude my presentation and my paper, that uh, management e-waste management system in India requires a multifaceted approach. It is not only that we can follow a single approach or this, but there needs to be a multiple studies that we need to look into. And while efforts have been made to address these challenges, there are still some issues that are still remaining. So which requires an inadequate public involvement, ineffective legislation, and so on. So by prioritizing repair and embracing circular economy principle, we can create a more sustainable and resilient economy while safeguarding the environment. So that's how I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for giving me this platform. If there is any question, I would be happy to answer. Thank you.
So much, Jaya. Shri ma'am, please have some questions.
Jaya, only one thing. As far I understand that to managing this e-waste, you have suggested one kind of a solution, that is that we can use repair rather than replacement. So I hope you know that the refurbished market is already available in case of electronic devices, specifically mobile, laptops. Everything is, even it is available in tier 2 cities as well. So kind of a new idea is missing in this particular thing. So how you can say that this is the kind of a solution which haven't not been used or suggested by someone, or any kind of a challenges which has been already seen by these refurbished kind of a market, which would be taken care from your side?
Ma'am, actually the thing is, yes, the market is already there. But the thing is that the when we go to a repair shop, I am sure that you must have also faced this problem. We go to a repair shop and they say that this model is old and we don't have necessary things to get it repaired. So you need to replace it. You need to purchase a new one. So that is the problem. They don't implement repair from the initial stages. They don't position, like positioning repair is one thing, but we don't position repair as a solution in our minds. We only go for replacement, and when then we go for repair, we encounter these challenges that the product, this system or this thing is not available, so I'm sorry, your product cannot be repaired. So we wanted that this kind of practice can be installed and this can be used by the end of the electronic companies, and as an individual, for us also to repair, to position repair in our minds. So that is how one solution which we thought that is a sustainable solution that we can follow to, you know, count our step into the management of e-waste. So I agree with your point that this market is already there, but then what is the use of the market which is not even playing a crucial role in the management of e-waste? So that was our problem.
Okay, thank you, Jaya. Thank you so much.
Hello, Jaya, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Jaya, can
Yeah,
you?
I can hear you.
You are very much audible, sir. Please go ahead.
I think she's not responding, so I thought she might not.
No, please go ahead.
Okay, Jaya, you said replace instead of repair. So have you thought so far any other alternative options or the suggestions other than repair so far?
Uh, no, sir. Like we only wanted to work on the repair principle. Uh, Repair principle also can we can connect repair principle with the retain principle, which is one of an extended R. So as far as like for an another solution, we haven't given much thought to it because we were more focused to apply repair and R principles to this management system.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have Ms. Development, present situation, potential, obstacles, job opportunities, and investment opportunities.
Yes, very good afternoon, ma'am. It is audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am. You can share.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Okay, now it is visible, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. Saraswati, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Very good afternoon, everyone. My topic of presentation is India's use of renewable energy to promote green development, present situation, potential obstacle, job opportunities, and investment opportunities. So coming to the background point, as we all know, like sustainable development, sustainable growth is one of the very trending topic. So sustainable growth is very important and very much important to improve our society, because our society, as we are a developing country, we are facing n number of problems like climate change, energy efficiency. Why? Because the huge population and industrialization, urbanization. And the next is to remove all these problems. We do what we do, we can use the substitute of energy generation, which is a renewable energy which we can get with the natural resources like solar, wind, hydra, biomass. Next is India is a vast geographic and climate diversity in exclusively located to harness renewable energy on a larger scale. The importance of renewable energy in India cannot be observed. Why? Because India have a huge potential to generate a renewable energy, and developing country like India focus on renewable energy. Why? Because they have a huge capacity as well as the climate diversity. India can easily generate the energy with the help of solar and wind, and it helps to remove all the carbon footprints and better environment, impact a better environment. These are the some renewable energy sources like solar energy, biomass, wind, geothermal, hydro energy power. Coming to the finding point, on the basis of capacity of renewable energy sources in India, like we know India aim to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2070, 50% of cumulative installed renewable power by 2030. By 2030, India want to have 500 gigawatt of installed capacity for renewable energy. As we can understand with the help of this table in 2022, 23 and 2030. With the help of this table, we can easily understand like wind power and solar power, renewable energy installed capacity having a huge potential in India. Majorly, it's contributing solar power like 280 target in 2030. By 2024, India target achieve 175 gigawatt of installed renewable power capacity, contributing roughly 20.3% of energy needed. Whatever the energy needed in India, our government is planned to achieve 20% at least to uh, generate the energy with the help of renewable energy, natural resources. Many states in India having a huge potential to generate the energy with the help of natural resources like Gujarat, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and many more. But in this thing, we are coming to the second point, which is the obstacle and what are the challenges which we are facing in the term of renewable energy development. So many challenges faced by our country, like technical challenges, financial and investment barriers, awareness, which is a very, very important thing. People are aware, but they don't have the actual education and they don't know how the government policies which help them. Social and environmental concern, which is also an important part, which is also a obstacle to develop energy. Next, what are the government opportunity? If we are talking about sustainable development, if there is a development means definitely there is a job opportunity. So job opportunity by the end of 2020 employed over 9,50,000 people in India. This number is expected to raise as the country continued expanded the renewable energy capacity. Projection indicate by 2030 created on additionally 3.3 billion jobs by the government to achieve the increasing investment in green energy infrastructure, because our government expand the renewable energy production infrastructure, so they want educated skills and provide the job opportunity security to contribute the economic growth. Now, what are the government initiatives and subsidies which government provided? The Indian government has implemented many subsidies and many initiatives in terms of the renewable energy promotions, like initiative in tax low interest loan have been initiated by the government in this sector, in the renewable sectors. Financial benefits also there, like low installation cost of solar panel or rooftop solar energy, with renewable energy project encouraging more player to enter into the market. Government try to help all these kind of initiatives, introduce initiatives and subsidies, so that people, all the marketers as well as the residential people, can also adopt the renewable energy. Coming to my conclusion point, renewable energy not only help or reduce all the environmental impact, or whatever the environment impact by the traditional method which we are using earlier to generate the energy, like fossil fuel, which is a very harmful for our health also. So renewable energy help to remove all these problem, and because this is a clean and green energy, it also create the job opportunity, because these are our government is projected 500 gigawatt the energy generation. For that they need educated people, so job opportunity is definitely there. And the government is also initiating in the field of investment, so that people can invest and attract toward the renewable energy. India could become the global leader in renewable energy with continued investment and advancement in technology. With help of all these things, our country can become a global leader in this particular field, and maybe become a global exporter of this renewable energy also. The transition to a green energy will require intensive efforts. For this, we require intensive efforts by the different stakeholders, including government bodies, private investors, and local communities. Ensuring a stable and supportive policies environment, improving a green infrastructure, and fostering innovation, they are key to achieve this vision. If we want to achieve or want to become a global exporter, we want the help or initiative from each and every people, private investors, and government initiative. Additionally, expanding training program, training education is very much required if you want to become a global exporter and global leader in this particular field, and the necessary skills to support the sector to the growth. These are the reference. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Saraswati. Am I audible to you?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Saraswati, though this topic is really very good, that's the reason why government is now working on SDGs, that is Sustainable Development Goals, right? So don't you think so? This particular kind of
Yes,
a
ma'am.
thing and been already been under the observation. People are still like has led this path for a long period, and clarity is already there. So what the new thing you want to hear research through your paper?
Ma'am, basically people know about it. Like me, I already know about the solar panel and wind energy, but I'm not using it. People are aware, but people are still afraid of using it. Maybe the
Then sorry to
higher
interrupt you,
initial.
Saraswati.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
feel the paper should be about the factors which are affecting the no.
Affecting the buying behavior. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes.
it is right now the research paper is having no use of it. Like everything is known to everyone, kind of a thing. It's very
Yes,
journal
ma'am.
kind
This
of
is
a
on
thing.
yes, ma'am. This is on the basis of secondary data, definitely.
Okay, so that is
Yes,
the
ma'am.
only observation I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, Saraswati Kumari, I have a question. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. if I could see the title of your paper, it's comprising of a number of things, talking about the present situation, potential obstacles, job opportunities. So instead of highlighting all this in the title, you should have mentioned it in the object. That's the first. Second thing is, you have come up with information about the renewable energy. Anybody can get from number of other uh, sources. Okay. So my question is just to understand what is the contribution you have, okay, done to this particular study. So rightly asked by Dr. Singh, what is the study about? How is it available? Different platform. Just tell me, is this your research paper or PhD work or what?
No, 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 sir, no.
Just a research paper?
My research topic is which ma'am already discovered, like factor influencing the consumer buying behavior toward the solar panel in specified in Rajasthan.
So you have come up with a number of aspects in the title you could ignore.
Yes, yes. Like obstacle and job opportunities, government initiatives.
Yes, yes, yes. Anyways, good luck, Hannah, and try to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Smriti. Next, we have Mr. Gaurav Maheshwari, whose topic is COVID-19 and employee training, a bibliometric review. Gaurav, would you like to share your screen on your own?
Yes.
Do it.
Just allow me a moment. I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Your screen is visible. You can start now.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity. My name is Gaurav Maheshwari. I currently work and live in the Sultanate of Oman. I'm based in Muscat, where I head the talent management function for an Omani bank. I come with about 16 years of experience in the HR, talent development, and talent management space. And my work area was specifically affected when the world experienced the COVID-19 pandemic in the beginning of 2022, 2020. And for most of the people, when we think of COVID-19, it feels like a very distant memory, something that was a long time ago, and the effects have waned, and life has returned to normal. But if we look closely, the effects, it has left some lasting effects in how we lead our day-to-day lives and how businesses are run and how organizations are managed. Because when I enrolled as a PhD scholar, that was the first time in the history of the university that the coursework for PhD was done remotely. So organizations all over the world had to quickly adapt to the pandemic and the demands of the pandemic, and they changed how they operated. So my topic of my literature review paper is the effect and the relationship between COVID-19 and employee training. So before I jump into the review itself, just wanted to give you a more recent perspective on COVID-19, even though, like I said, it feels like a distant memory. This data is as of last month. So globally, and this is World Health Organization data, they publish a dashboard which is in public domain. So overall, more than 776 million confirmed cases have been reported since January 2020. And as you can see, there is a little heat map here that they publish where it shows where most of the density is. So this continues to remain a part of our life now. COVID-19 hasn't gone away. It has stayed. And the life it has changed permanently some of our business practices as well. So the reason I decided to look into this is how we can make some of our business practices sustainable and future proof, because events like this can happen in the future as well, and what can industry learn and what are they already researching. So that's the scope of my research. So as you would know, the whole world was impacted, and there were repeated lockdowns and restrictions around the world. And we saw that there were unprecedented impact on the business practices, and how the businesses are run and how employees are trained. Because I work in the HR space, this is an area that I closely experience, and I keep a close watch on what is changing in my domain. Just to give you a sense of how big this concern is, according to American Society for Talent Development, um, organizations in 2021 spent about 340 billion US dollars. So that's how huge this industry is. And organizations spend heavily on employee training and development, and it became even more critical in a time like COVID and post-COVID years. Uh, so as you would notice, the as part of the same research, you would notice that the learning hours that employees are spending has gone down slightly, about 10% decrease, and but the learning expenditure hasn't changed. So that means that despite COVID-19, companies ran into financial issues. Some companies went under, but still, most of the world continued to spend aggressively in this area. And we want to look for what are the future lessons for the business to make their businesses, their employee development activities and HR activities future proof. So the direction of this research and the purpose is to open up this avenue or this seed this thought in the research community to further explore these areas. So there are some key things. One is, what has been the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on employee training practices? The effect is apparent. We have all experienced it, and we have a lot of academicians in this August gathering. All of them have experienced a significant change in the training and learning space due to COVID-19. We want to also look at what are some of the short-term and long-term changes that organizations have adopted to, and what lessons they have learned, and how these lessons can be used by the business world to make their employee training future-proof. Because this isn't going away, this is going to stay. So how can we adapt to it? The key objective of my bibliometric review of literature was to understand the body of current knowledge available in the area of COVID-19 and employee training, and explore the nature of the existing research, what kind of research is being done, and also identify avenues for future research in this area. So for this purpose, I use the Scopus database, and using my keywords related to COVID-19 or coronavirus and employee training and talent development, and looking at the work that was published from January 2020 to December 2023 for a good 4 years period. I found that there were over 340 documents that were published in Scopus Index journals. And then I further shortlisted and limited those and came to about 57 relevant documents, which I then used for my bibliometric review using the Watch Viewer software. So just taking you directly into the findings and themes that emerged to me. So if you look at the literature review findings, one of the key findings is what areas are being researched. So most of the research work is happening in the space of medicine, healthcare, and pharmacology. So these are obviously, it's no surprise, because these are the areas that were more directly and immediately impacted by COVID-19, because these deal with the healthcare industry. So almost 50% of the data concerns healthcare by and large. And there are some areas where there has been a handful of research. Those are listed here. So psychology, business and management, and accounting, computer science, engineering, social sciences, arts, humanities, and economics. And as you would notice, that the business areas and the natural sciences and social sciences are under researched, while healthcare and health sciences are heavily being explored. Majority of the literature work is articles, research articles. There are some review papers and some conference papers as well, but more almost 65% is articles. It shows that the research community is taking to it quite readily, and they're exploring this area. And here is a view country-wise. So if you look at the literature, most of the work is happening in United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, Egypt, and Ireland. And then in the eastern side, there's some work happening in China and Malaysia, as you would see, but India isn't there in the list. And even though we have a big research community here, there is a big lacuna, the 195 countries in the world, but most of the countries are not exploring this. Researchers are not looking at this very actively. When we look at the bibliographic data, we notice that most of the themes are around COVID-19 and staff training, as well as impact on human society in general. There are some keywords that are slightly, they're present, but not very actively visible. These are related to personal training, e-learning, healthcare delivery, organizational management, and patient care, etc. So you would see that the articles that are getting published are mainly focusing on the healthcare side and the impact of COVID-19 in the training element in the healthcare industry, because the healthcare workers were the first ones to learn about the pandemic itself and deal with the crisis on the go. Yes.
You have to wind up fast as your times is up. 10 minutes is already done.
Really? Okay. Thank you. So I'll then quickly indicate the research gaps. So there are some research gaps specifically with respect to sectors. So the sectors listed here are kind of under research right now. Most of the research is happening in the healthcare, but psychology, social sciences, business management, computer science, engineering, arts and humanities, and economics. Those are the areas that hasn't been much research. And with respect to topics also, health, the e-learning area, because that received a big boost, and edtech industry received a big boost as of we all know that we all flocked to the virtual learning platforms and e-learning platforms, but there hasn't been much research, at least that's what I noticed in my literature review. So these are the areas, again, a summary, and these are the three areas where research community can explore it further to learn new knowledge and to contribute to the body of research. What are the future, most important of this from a sustainability perspective is what are the future implications of these changes in employee training practices that are brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, and how, while we imagine that the effects will not last, but they have lasted. And so how some of this is part of our new normal, if I may. So what is the future of this in the business and employee training space? So I'll just stop here and I'll take questions. If there are any questions, please.
Okay, thank you, Gaurav. The topic is well researched. The only thing which I want to add up here, that you have, I think you are talking about the employee training, right? Post-pandemic. So what do you think, as you are the HR personnel yourself as well? So is there any kind of a specific module or a factor which has been, you see, or you experience that has only been introduced in training module post pandemic only, which was not earlier taken into consideration while you were training your employees?
Yes, there have been several such topics, ma'am. Thanks for the question. One is how we manage a remote workforce, especially from a managerial perspective, how you can effectively manage a remote workforce when you don't see them day to day. So how do you keep the collaboration going, and how you effectively manage it without without even meeting them regularly or seeing them every day. So about a managerial perspective, then in other parts of the organization, for example, I work in the banking sector. So how can relationship managers keep their client relationships strong without even visiting the customers, because that was the norm earlier, that you would visit your corporate customers. So these are some of the new topics that are emerging that we see are becoming very, very important.
So only submission is that understand if the your result or conclusion should be towards the topic would be more beneficial rather than just towards a particular area of research. Because why psychological people are not doing it, why economic people are not doing, or what area has been left, that should be the importance.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaurav. Could you just stop sharing your slide?
Yeah, sure.
So next we have Ms. Jigyasa Singh, and her topic is out-of-pocket expenditure on health in rural Rajasthan, a study based on NSS unit level data. Ms. Jigyasa, are you there?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Can you please share my PPT from your end?
Sure, I'll just do that.
Yes.
Is the screen visible to you, Ms. Jigyasa?
Yes, ma'am. May I start?
Sure, definitely. You can start.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Jigyasa. I'm a research scholar in economics under the supervision of Dr. Shakir Hussain Malik sir at MIT University, Rajasthan. My paper title is Out-of-Pocket Expenditure on Health in Rural Rajasthan, a study based on NSS unit level data. Can we please move to the next slide? So these are the tables of content under this paper. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, so firstly, why health is important. So health, as we all know, after the pandemic, we all know that health is non-negotiable. Health is also very crucial for several reasons. Firstly, physical well-being is important to live a disease-free life. Secondly, poor physical health can lead to mental health issues, also vice versa. Thirdly, good health improves in the quality of life. And fourth is that economic impact by increasing productivity, which ultimately leads to the economic growth and development. That is why health matters, and so does expenditure on it. Rather than saying expenditure, we should call it by health investment. So here, India grapples with one of the highest rates of out-of-pocket health expenditure in the developing world. In fact, India is ranked at 155th out of 156 economies, according to the World Economic Forum Health and Survival Index 2021. Can we move to the next slide, please? So this paper has studied Rajasthan state in particular because out of pocket is something which is high, which was found high in this state. So Rajasthan is the largest state in India in terms of area and the 8th most populous state. Also, according to the Healthy States Progressive India, Rajasthan is ranked at 16th in the overall health index according to the Niti Aayog, Government of India. Also, the state social indicators were also found amongst the poorest in India. Can we move to the next slide, please? So these were some of the literature reviews of my paper, according to which we found that India's out-of-pocket expenditure is amongst highest in the world, which accounted to almost 50% out of the total healthcare expenditure. So during 2000s, the major source of funding was only out of pocket. And from 2004 to 2014, out of pocket expenditure on health were average average 77%. So the state government also runs different health schemes which are found to be beneficial, because after 2020 the out of pocket was found to be 50%. Also, one thing we also found that there is significant disparity between rural and urban areas, with rural residents severely lacking access to necessary healthcare services. Also, rural residents frequently experience financial hardship, since out-of-pocket expenditure on health makes up a greater percentage of their total household budget. Can we move to the next slide, please? So this is the research methodology that is used in this paper. The present study is based on two NSS health surveys. First one is 71st round and second one is 75th round. So Stata software was used to retrieve the data and analyze the unit level data. Then descriptive analysis was performed to know about the socioeconomic profile of the patients in rural Rajasthan. Thirdly, we used out-of-pocket healthcare expenditure formula to know about how much percentage people are spending out of their own pocket. Can we move to the next slide, please? So these are the results and findings. So table 1 represent percentage distribution of socioeconomic profile of inpatient and outpatient households in Rajasthan that are combined. So here we have noticed that there has been seen increase from 2014 to 2018. Also, if we look at the figure 1, percentage distribution of age group wise hospitalization cases, we can see that there has been highest number from age 15 to 30. Also, if we look at all the age groups, we can see that they have been seen an increasing trend, which means we are somewhere lacking in the government health insurance or government health policies or health schemes. We are somewhere lacking in that. Also, traditional belief and cultural practices in rural areas can also influence health seeking behavior, which are resulting in delays in seeking medical care. Also, then they also opting for costlier treatments, which ultimately contributes to the high out-of-pocket expenditure on health. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Is it visible? The next slide?
No, it is not. No, just go up. Yeah, this is the one. So here, table 2, which shows caste category wise average out-of-pocket expenditure incurred by inpatient and outpatient households in rural Rajasthan. Here we can see, if we talk about male, then the males that are belong to the ST groups are found to have spent less. We have seen a decreasing trend in those, and females of OBC, we have seen decreasing trend, which means government health schemes as well as digital health initiatives that are being beneficial. But in most of the cases, we are only seeing an increasing trend. which again concludes us that there is a critical need for reforms and policy interventions because of limited health insurance coverage, low government healthcare spendings, and limited access to public healthcare services. Also, one thing was also found that there, if we talk about macro level, there is a plethora of literature available. But when we have to find out the root cause, then we have to get it at the individual household level. For that, there were not enough studies. There were only limited studies. So that leaves us a further scope for in-depth research on out-of-pocket healthcare expenditure. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Is this the one?
Yes, yes. So these are the references for the PPT presentation. And next slide. Thank you.
Fine. Miss Rashmi, if you have any question, you can ask to her.
Yeah, thank you, Jigyasa. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So if you can switch off on your system, then might be we can see you as well.
Ma'am, actually, it is not working.
Oh, no issue, no issue. Okay, fine, Jigyasa.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
though Jigyasha, I got the point that when we talk about India, the most of the population belongs to the rural area, so the topic has a great relevance when we talk about. But the only
Yes,
thing
ma'am.
is, I don't know why, but why you have taken this limitation that you only and only going to base your research paper on NSS data, and though that is also way so old, that means the last report is 2014 to 18 only. And I hope you know that the expenditure in health scenario, specifically health insurance and medical and all, so that
Yes,
has
ma'am.
tremendously increased post COVID scenario, right? When we people have already gone through the COVID kind of a scenario, then
Yes, ma'am.
the only sector which increased is your health and health insurance and medical and all. So
Yes,
it
ma'am.
would have been better and relevant if you would have taken the data post that pandemic, and
Yes,
then you
ma'am.
would have checked that how much the real scenario is still, I feel, is not covered by you.
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, we were expecting a recent round to be conducted in this year, but I don't know why government has not conducted that round. So, for that reason, we have taken that because that is the latest round that was available. Also, NSS, because I wanted to work on secondary data.
But there could be
That
many
is why.
more sources of reports as well. Why
But,
only
ma'am,
NSS?
yes, ma'am, because NSS is unit level data, and we have to get to the root cause.
Any which way, if you really want to contribute in this area with a better kind
Yes,
of a
ma'am.
understanding, you need to rework on the specifically source of information.
Okay, ma'am, I'll take that into consideration.
All the best.
Thank
you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Umair Farooq Para, whose topic is local community participation for effective responsible tourism in Jammu and Kashmir state, a review analysis.
Yes,
Umair,
ma'am.
share your presentation.
Yeah, I will be sharing it.
So should I share the presentation or you are sharing by it yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I'm just sharing it. Just a moment.
Okay. No problem.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Not yet. Yes, now it's visible. Your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a really very immense pleasure for me that I have been given the chance to present my presentation here in MIT University, Rajasthan. My name is Umar Farooq. I am from Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, and currently I am a PhD scholar from MIT School of Hospitality, MIT University, Rajasthan. So I'm working under Dr. Ajay Bharadwaj, who is assistant professor, MIT School of Hospitality at MIT University. So coming to my paper title, my paper title is Local Community Participation for Effective and Responsible Tourism in Jammu and Kashmir State. Basically, this is a review paper. A review paper. So the point is here to discuss. So here in this PPT, in this presentation, I'll be discussing these points. My introduction, review and structured methodology, literature analysis, discussion, and conclusion. So starting off with the introduction, this study intended to provide a systematic review depending upon the scientific research for better comprehension of the involvement of local community in responsible tourism of Jammu and Kashmir. Basically, this paper revolves around the participation of local communities and involvement of local communities in effective and responsible tourism in J&K. So in this manner, participation assists in creating structures for sustainable forms of tourism by engaging residents in decision making and benefits receiving processes. So several factors and dimensions in the literature have reckoned as the major influencing variables to influence and success of community participation in tourism. So for this purpose, 50 research papers were screened from other quality journals and exposed findings through Scopus database for last 10 years. So the regional and tourism regional development. So regional commodities, food and culture attract tourists to destinations. These are some of the authors that I have mentioned, and they have mentioned the following points regarding the local community participation and and the development of tourism sector. So long-term and the long-term availability of destinations depend upon the development vision of economic growth, cultural preservation, and environmental protection. So this can happen. This can majorly happen if we involve the local communities, as the local communities are well aware of the surroundings and the tourist destinations that are far flung that that everyone else do not have access to. But the local communities are well aware about those destinations, and they can give us a if they are involved in decision making, they can help us in the development of the vision or economic growth, and that can also help the local communities in their economic sustainability. Tourism contributes to economic stability and poverty alleviations, especially in developing nations like India. So as we all are well aware about the tourism, like how tourism can help in a nation for developing economy of a nation. So like in India has a vast potential of tourism. So we can also share we can also India also holds a very we can say a very immense potential in developing the tourism, developing our economy through our tourism sector. Tourism also tourism and its social economic benefits. So it enhances local livelihoods through infrastructure development and employment in hospitality and tourism sectors. Eco-friendly destinations encourage the development of cultural clubs and guest rooms and infrastructure. These are like some eco-friendly practices that can help in the development of cultural clubs, like guest rooms we can provide, or we can provide that like the guest rooms, etc., that can help in eco-friendly development of tourism. Or socio-cultural prevention supports the sustainable tourism and community engagement. So coming forward, moving forward to my slide, this is a picture. It's a figure taken from paper that's from by Iqbal Zad. The paper is from 2020. This is the community participation and tourism development model. Here the author shows us how social factors how the factors of of a community, what are the factors that affect a community. If those factors are met, how can the community help in the development of the destination, which can in turn help a country or help a region to develop the social and economic and tourism the benefits from those destinations. If the social factors, economic factors, and personal environmental factors of a community are met, that can in turn help us to develop the social, economic, and tourism factor, or a destination for that region or for that country. The next slide is review structure and methodology. So this is a systematic literature review conducted on local participation for effective responsible tourism. So the time frame of this of the material, or the time frame is from the papers are taken from 2015 to 2024. The data sources are Scopus database, including journal papers, conference papers, and research articles. The keywords that are mainly used in this research are local community participation, effective responsible tourism, Jammu and Kashmir, and there are some other keywords like energy, business management, agricultural and computer science, decision science, engineering, or multidisciplinary arts and humanities. These are some of the keywords that are used in this paper. So study and the extraction process. So extraction processes 177 studies were retrieved between 2015 to 2024. Search criteria included terms related to the community engagement and responsible tourism. Inclusion and exclusion criteria applied based on the language, publication type, and relevance. So basically, this this is based on the Prisma model. So this is developed by the author. So we can see the records identified through the first of all, the records were identified through Scopus database. The Scopus database is the keywords used by community and participation effective tourism. So time frame was from 2015 to 2024. So we found records for initially records found were 177. So excluded some of the records were excluded, like due to book, conference paper, and chapters. And then records after exclusion we had 146 there, and this that also some of the records were excluded due to articles are in press, which are like two articles were excluded. After that we remained with 144. After 144 there were some other exclusions where we remained with 131. Then the studies in synthesis remains 46, like there were 46 papers which remained with us. Then we can as already discussed, the keywords that were used were community participation, effective, and tourism. Coming to literature review, these are some of the papers, and these are some of the authors. Like the first category of literature review where we discuss the technological innovations in tourism. The author is Morrison M. et al. The key findings were VR experiences in tourism profoundly affect the emotions of potential visitors. Development of engaging and captivating VR content is critical. Zhang, Zheng Wei et al. And Gan GKL 2017 states that indigenous people have integrated into social business value network to enhance the involvement in tourism development. And we have in coming to sustainable tourism practices, where the authors have mentioned that uh, like efforts in accurate policies for environmental sustainability make prohibitives partially integrated tourism with ecosystem conversion. Basically, these are some of the literature reviews. These are some of the reviews from the papers which I have mentioned over here. So coming to discussion. So why is it important? Why is it important to involve the community in tourism development or in sustainable tourism development? Because it ensures tourism activities align with local needs and values. Because as we see, there are there are instances where we see that there is a high level of tourism, but we are not taking care of the local values or local needs of the people, where we do not we oversee the values, different values that are associated with some place or with the locals, and that are overseen. So that's why that's important that there should be an involvement of local community also. So key dimensions of community participation. So how can the local communities participate in the sustainable tourism? It is through decision making, cultural heritage, and environmental preservation. The stakeholders must take into consideration that if they are making any decision, the local community should be involved in any sort of decision making. There should be the preservation of local cultural heritage, and also the priority should be for environmental preservations. So, what are the key takeaways for J&K tourism, that Jammu and Kashmir tourism? So, community participation is vital in responsible tourism in J&K. Involvement in decision making, cultural knowledge sharing, and cooperative tourism structures are essential. Because if we are involving the local people in decision making, and if we are taking up their culture, if we are gaining more knowledge about the culture of J&K, because if we see in J&K, the most of the tourist places, most of the tourist destinations are in the hilly areas. There are some or very few tourist destinations that are in the main city or in the main parts of the city, but most of the tourist destinations that are in the J&K are in the far-flung areas or towards the hilly destinations. And that's the need, that we need to involve those people who have more knowledge, who are very well aware of those destinations, that should be involved in the local decision makings. The stakeholders must take this part, as that the local community is involving local community in decision making is really an important aspect. And cooperative tourism structures are essential, because there should be a cooperation, or there should be like we should be giving a benefit to locals also, when when there is a destination in making, or if there is a tourist destination that is doing well in terms of receiving the tourists, that is doing well in terms of economy. So there should be a part of local community also, and there should be some part that should be given to the local community participation, or the prevention of local cultural heritage. Coming to the conclusion part, so key findings of this paper are the local community participation, that I have already discussed, that local community should be involved in decision making or cultural prevention, or the gathering the knowledge about the local communities or local customs that the people have. The challenge that were identified were limited geographical applicability, as I already mentioned that the most of the tourist destinations in J&K are in the far-flung areas, where it's not possible for everyone to reach to a destination, to reach every destination. Because taking an example, I will take a simple example of a
What?
tourist destination.
Can
Hello,
you hear us?
hello.
Umair, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
In one line, please conclude.
Okay, so I'm just concluding it. Thank you very much. So there were certain challenges also identified, like geographical applicability or impact of political instability of Kashmir, as everyone is aware about the instability that has happened in past few years in Kashmir. So these are some challenges that we are identifying in implementing this sustainable tourism and involvement of local communities in development of the responsible tourism in Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Rashmi, if you have any questions with Umair.
Yes, Umair, I hope you belong to, I think, Jammu and Kashmir itself, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And we assume that the major contributor in the Jammu and Kashmir economy is the tourism industry itself.
Yes, ma'am. We can say that besides like the Apple industry, right, tourism is playing a really big part in development of Jammu and Kashmir and economy of Jammu and Kashmir.
And the local community is the biggest part of this tourism industry.
Definitely, ma'am. Local community is playing a very well deserved part in the
Okay.
development.
So what is your purpose to carry on this particular paper? You want to show a new kind of a model adopted by other state governments, or you want to find out some kind of a challenges which are there in this particular model of JNK tourism industry?
Ma'am, basically what we are seeing over here is that there is a surge in tourism in here. There is huge, a very immense footfall in tourism in Jammu and Kashmir. But there is very less country or less we can say credit that goes to the local communities. But as the work, as far as we can relate over here, that the local community is the major role playing part, that plays a major role in development of tourism, or that we can say like carrying our tourists that are visiting our JNK. So my like I want to get it, like we want to do that, is that the local community should get like the appreciation about it, and they should get some benefits out of it, so that they can actually participate in near future also, and they can take the part like they deserve. They should get that appreciation, or they should get that treatment what they deserve, because they are the main factors or that drive the tourism over here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Umair. So next we have Saeem Ulak Ansari, and his topic is post-COVID impact on Indian tourism industry, the transformation framework. Umair, would you please
Hello.
the screen? Yes, Saeem, you are audible. Umair, I request.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Fine, ma'am, now?
Saeem, I request you to adhere to the timings. You have only 8 minutes for your presentation, and do not
Sure,
please.
sure. Yeah. May I start?
Yeah, you can start.
My screen is visible to you?
Not yet. Just a minute. Yes, it's visible now.
Okay. Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yes, you can start.
Uh, I'm a research scholar at MIT Business School. My topic is post-COVID impact on Indian tourism, the transformation. Production, the COVID-19 pandemic affecting around 7 million people according to the World Health Organization. It took around 20 years to control the virus rate. I Hello? Hello?
Your voice is breaking, Saeem.
Hello, I am audible?
It's still breaking.
I think there is
I believe there's a network problem by your side. You could reconnect after a while. We have one more other presentation till the time. Okay. You can just stop sharing your screen. Yeah, so next I would like to call Mohammad Azhar Hussain, whose topic is a review of employer branding and its impact on employee retention with employee engagement and job satisfaction as mediators. Mom Azad, are you with us?
Yes, yes. So I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, your screen is visible and you can now start your presentation.
Yeah. So is it visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. You can continue.
Okay. Hi, a very good evening to all of you. My name is Mohammad Azhar Hussain. I'm a research scholar, and I'm going to present on my conference topic, that is a review of employee branding and its impact on employee retention with employee engagement and job satisfaction as mediators. So this is the presentation agenda. It will start with introduction, literature review, research methodology, discussion, and conclusion. The background of the topic, we know that employee branding is about crafting a compelling identity that attracts and retains the top talent. It's all about how employees perceive about the company's brand, and how the employers at the workplace, able to attract and retain the employees with their compelling reputation and brand. And the significance of this study is, to address the knowledge gap on how employee branding influence employee retention mediated by employee engagement and job satisfaction. And the objective of this study is aims to provide future direction for the research and aims to provide HR managers with practical strategies to enhance their employer branding strategies and also improve their employees' retention. So the key themes, with the literature review, which was found is with the extensive research the extensive research highlights the significant impact of employee engagement on employee engagement, employee branding on employee engagement and job satisfaction. And these factors are crucial for fostering a sense of belonging and motivating the employees. Basically, the key themes here that was studied was employee engagement and job satisfaction as mediators, with the main variable as employee branding. And the trends that was found, in the study are like work-life balance, training and development, and opportunities, and competitive compensation packages as modern EB strategies. In order to focus on retaining the employees. So this is a tabular representation of the literature review. Majority of the most of the paper which I studied have shown that there is have studied this employer branding and employee retention with the mediating factors like employee engagement and job satisfaction. Here are the some of the papers where it showing how it is related as mediator factors like employee branding influence not only employer branding influencing the employee retention with the mediating factors like employer engagement and job satisfaction. So among here, I have just given few. 3 papers are showing both the mediating factors are affecting are playing a vital role in employee retention. Here, 2 papers, have not addressed specifically on job satisfaction. And the methodology was used systematic research approach. Here the papers which were selected majorly from Google Scholar and Scopus. Inclusion criteria was peer-reviewed articles, and data was analyzed with key themes and trends and gaps in the literature. And this is the flowchart which shows the how the papers were selected from the databases like Google Scholar and Scopus, and the final papers that was selected, number of papers that was selected for the study was 47 papers. And the key findings are, the review consistently found that EB has a significant impact on employee retention. This influence is mediated by employee engagement and satisfaction. And critical analysis research emphasizes the crucial role of employee engagement and job satisfaction in converting EB strategies into tangible retention outcomes. And industry-specific insight shows that in technology sector, like research in the technology sector highlights the importance of providing challenging work opportunities, and in healthcare sector emphasizes on the need for work-life balance. The key findings have showed that EB significantly influences employee engagement and satisfaction, and both factors are for improving the employee retention. And practical implications, HR managers should invest on developing and implementing comprehensive EB strategies that focuses on enhancing employee engagement and satisfaction, like creating positive and inclusive work environment, providing meaningful training and development opportunities and all that. And also actionable strategies. HR professionals should implement strategies like employee recognition program, flexible work arrangements, and opportunities for career development as modern EB strategies. Future direction for research. Here are some of the areas where the research scholars can explore in this particular area of like longitudinal studies can be done examine the sustained impact of EB on retention over the period of time. It's not just one time, over the period of time, how it is impacted and how the employees have perceived in the organization, and mediating factors. Like in this review paper, I have just focused on employee engagement and job satisfaction as two variables, and future scholars can also focus on studies can be done on leadership strategies, organization culture, work-life balance, and cross-cultural comparisons can also be done, like in different cultures, like in Japan, Middle East, and US. The studies can be done, and technological advancement, how the technology impacts these relationship EB on their employee retention. So these are the future research directions. So here is an end, and if you have any question, please ask.
Thank you so much, Azhar.
Thank you.
Rashmi ma'am, you have any questions from him?
Not specifically. Thank you, Ajhar. Though I understand the topic which you have taken, most of the people are very much aware about it, that they're going to be only a positive connection between these things. And there are certainly papers are also available which says that yes, there is a positive influence of any employer's branding on the employee retention. And we do know it about it. I don't know in which direction you are going to go and have something new. That particular part is missing it from this. Rest is fine.
Okay. Okay.
Azhar?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
You can present it now.
Yeah.
Azhar, you're done.
Yes. Yeah.
Saeem, are you there?
Yes. Now I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible. You can share your screen.
Yeah, sure. I'm sharing.
Thank you so much.
My screen is visible?
Visible. Your screen is visible.
Yes,
Hello?
it's visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. I am Saimullah just a minute. I am Saimullah Kansari, research scholar, MIT Business School. My guide is Dr. Soma Patnaik, ma'am, Assistant Professor, MIT Business School. And my topic is post-COVID impact on Indian tourism industry, the transformation framework. The COVID-19 pandemic affecting 776 million people, according to WHO, led to a lockdown globally to control the virus spread. The lockdown resulted in severe life-threatening condition for the masses, forcing the seizure of operationalization and functionality. Service-intensive industries like manufacturing industry, tourism industry, and construction industries were the most affected, with restriction on travel, tourism, interaction, supplies in the transaction. The tourism industry, heavily reliant on a human interaction, faced an unprecedented crisis due to the pandemic. The decline in tourist places. The decline in the tourist numbers at popular destination led to massive job losses and forced layoffs. The post-pandemic effect of the pandemic are crucial for the revival and sustainability of the hospitality and tourism industry. Here are some data. Here are some data of World Trade Organization. How in 2021, the foreign tourists are decreasing worldwide around 69%, and in 2022 around 34%. If you talk about the Asia Pacific, it is around 93% decline in foreign tourists as compared to 2019, and around 75% decline in 2022 as compared to 2019. The objective of my paper is to understand the impact of COVID-19 on the tourism industry. And the second objective is to understand the transformation of Indian tourism industry post-COVID-19 by analyzing the existing literature. Here are the methodology which I used for my research. First of all, I searched with the keywords like tourism and COVID-19 in the Scopus database. After filtering out the rest of the paper, the Indian paper is around 557. And after adding the filter subject area limit to business and management, I found around 336 papers. The time frame is after COVID 2022 to 2024. It is the final output is 336 papers. Here are the keywords, cluster diagram of keywords. Like we are showing COVID-19 is the most keywords while in this framework. This is the proposed research model. Diversification, digital transformation, health and safety, policies and regulation, and the sustainability are affecting the Indian tourism industry. These are the variables which are affecting the Indian tourism industry. This is the literature review. The key findings of literature review is emphasis the need for strengthen the health and safety protocols, robust hygiene and sanitation standard, contactless technologies, and proper safety certification. Highlights the digital transformation accelerated during the pandemic, including the use of technology, digital tools, virtual experience in the digital booking system. Advocate for eco-friendly initiative like reduction in carbon footprints, supporting local communities and enhancing green tourism practices. Advocates for diversification of service offering to mitigate risk and enhance resilience, including health and wellness, religious, culinary, education, and the direct tourism. Emphasis collaboration and policy support to help recover the industry in the long term. Recommends strategic investment into infrastructure, targeted marketing, campaigning, and supportive policies for revitalizing the industry. The framework represents a transformation opportunity for the industry to restructure itself, focusing on health and safety, digital transformation, sustainability, and diversification of service offering and fostering collaboration. Okay, thank you. That's all by my side.
Thank you so much, Saeem. Ma'am, do you have any question?
No, fine. Thank you, Saeem. Till the point, as I know that it's just the beginning of your research work, and you have just created the model and working on the research literature, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So fine. It yet to be evolved as a good research topic and review. Okay. So all the best. Thank you so
very
much.
much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saeem. So next,
Thank you very much.
Sumit Kumar Sonu, and his topic is exploring sustainable growth and development of B2B startups in India. Sumit, am I audible?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, please share your screen, your presentation. And also please kindly wind up ASAP. Only 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Screen visible?
Not yet.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible now.
Just a moment. So, good afternoon, everyone. My topic is exploring sustainable growth and development for B2B startups in India. So I will be giving a very brief on my introduction, objective literature review, conclusion, and references. So we'll start with introduction. Startups are basically a small organization. They are having a lifespan of only very recent companies, small and recent companies started within the year of 5 years, span of 5 years. So they are very new, and there is a huge potential for the startups to create the job opportunities and to strengthen the economy. However, the success ratio of startups are very low, and even in the B2B category, B2B segment, the percentage of survival of startups is very low because of the high competition and because of the already established MNCs in that segment. So the big question for the startup companies owners are how they will approach the market, how they can cater to the customer need, and what kind of technology they should use, and so that they can differentiate their product and services. So these are the main questions, so that they can survive for a longer period of time. So here our objective is to basically explore the challenges faced by the B2B startups, and as well as the opportunities. There is a huge opportunities for the startups, as we are a youth nation, and there is a lots of in every segment, especially for the B2B segment, there is a huge scope as far as the product is concerned, or services are concerned. So basically, I have gone through the kind of research paper related to the B2B startups, and what is required is we have to work on the ecosystem for the startups. And the background of the startup is basically the startups concept came from the USA in 1970s, and especially when there was a case of the there was a case of recessionary phase in the industry. That's the concept of a startup camp, so that people are during the recessionary phase, people started investing in the new ideas in small companies, and after the success of small companies, the concept of a startup got acceleration. So basically, in India, we have to work on ecosystem. It should work. It should start from the small entrepreneurs, incubation centers, accelerators, to the various funding agencies, and as well as with the government policies. So basically, methodology startups are using basically lean startup methodology. They start with a small idea, and after that, basically they do the market survey based on that idea, and feasibility of that idea based on the commercial feasibility and technical feasibility. They can basically, startup companies can develop a small prototype and launch the same in the market, and after that they can basically raise the fund by visiting the various funding agencies. So the business model is a big question for the life startups, because exact business model is not known for the for the B2B startups. So based on the different business criteria or product or services, business models can be different, and it all depends on the marketplace as well, whether it's a uh, marketplace segment, or whether it is an online business. So business model is a very a very complex thing for the startups. It is not very clear. So the conclusion is that the scope for the for the startups in India is very huge. However, the challenges are there for the survival of the startups, as we need to work on the right kind of product or service selection, or we need to work on to the identifying the right kind of business model selection for the startups. So that is the major question, so that startup can grow, and a startup can scale up their business. So in that during this journey, startup companies need the funding, and they also need the support from the government organization. They also need the support and handholding from the established companies also, MNCs also, so that they can survive in the market for the longer period of the time. So that's all from my side. In case of any question, please.
Yeah, fine. Thank you, Sumit.
Yes, ma'am.
Though I feel like it lacks some kind of a direction, because you need to be very clear about in which area, because only the startup, there are so many startups in B2B area as well. I hope you understand my point.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Right. You need to be very specific about the industry, about the sector, about the niche on which you want to talk about, that which going to give you a kind of a solution for sustainable growth, right? So till the point, it won't give a concrete solution for this sustainability.
Yes, ma'am. Basically, my background is from the air conditioning industry, commercial air conditioning industry. So I
Okay.
can basically further narrow it down for the commercial air conditioning industry. So because the market for the commercial air conditioning is huge, only 5 or 6% people are using the commercial ACs. So there is a huge penetration level. So
Okay.
in that segment, I can further narrow it down so that I
Right.
can get a better clarity and better thought process.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Then only it will make sense to the other people as well, or to the industry, or contribute to the industry as well.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All the best then.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam. This side, Professor Ashutosh, and thanks for your valuable insights, guidance to the participants during this conference. So I again thank you, and thanks all the participants who have taken the precious time to present their topics. Okay, thank you all. Thank you, madam.
Pleasure, sir. It's great to have you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you all the participants for being here. Thank you so much. Now I'll just end the meeting.
Thank you, ma'am.
चलते हैं हाँ सर 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 हाँ हो गया था खत्म कर दो